All right, let's get started here. So just to remind everybody that the schedule for early bills was pushed up a week, so we have to get them out this week. Okay, and why was it pushed up a week? There was something about scheduling the actual session, and so that the session was going to be the 17th, I believe. So, of February, yeah. So I'm not sure what the issue was, but we were told that get everything out this week. So
you need to do what you're told.
I generally do what I'm told. Yes.
So does that mean that we will stay to finish all the execs today?
No, I had scheduled so that we could exec tomorrow if necessary. So I give it another. We might need more subcommittees, right?
There's another issue, which is up north, there's going to be an ice storm. So for
So
people.
you might not want to be here tomorrow.
Well, I'll do everything I can, but I'm not going to drive in a sleet storm.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we'll start out. The first one up is the. What do I have here? That's the public hearing. Where's my subcommittee work schedule? Here we go. Okay, the mental health parity. All right. So we have in front of us two different amendments on the mental health parity. One is that I drew up related to the issue of what is going on in terms of getting whether we really have adequate coverage in terms of network adequacy. And my approach is to say that we can solve the fact that the mental health providers are not getting paid enough if we put pressure on ensuring that the network is truly adequate. And there's certainly enough providers there. So I now have another amendment here in front of me. So Representative Leno, you want to tell us what's in this amendment?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and Attorney Holly Stevens is going to join me also this morning. So in what you've got stapled in front of you, John,
Yep.
Mr. Chair, is actually three amendments.
Three.
Yeah, because this came as a result of negotiating an amendment with Anthem, particularly with Ms. Rogers. We prepared Amendment 411, which is at the top of that stapled sheet, and that basically thins down the bill quite substantially and addresses directly, I think, some of the criticism we heard during the last work session with regards to requiring the same rate. So it gets rid of the word rates in Section 2, Roman 2, and replaces that with a statutory reference to the network adequacy standard in the state. So now you would have that reference under the Mental Health Parity Act in Section 2 that references 420J7. So provide benefit for treatment and diagnosis of certain biologically based mental illnesses under the same access standards established in 420J:7, terms and conditions which are no less extensive than coverage provided for any other type of health care for physical illness. So now we're not requiring the same rates, but at least the same access and availability. And I think that's what came through loud and clear from last week's work session. The second version, so these sort of came over sequentially from Anthem, and we're fine with this. So this is now Amendment 412, where some of the language down on the Section 2, Roman 2, lines 28 and 29 are sort of jiggled around a little bit to read better, and Ms. Rogers, I think, can speak to the rationale behind that. It doesn't change anything materially from the amendment I just spoke about. And then the third one, which came over after I had sent the other two over to OLS to be prepared, strikes Section 1, Roman 2, which is a reporting requirement which would require the insurance department to investigate violations of the Wellstone-Domenici Parity Act. And the reason Section 2 has been struck in this third version is because my understanding is that there is a Senate Bill 373 that has been put in, I believe, at the request of the department, but Mr. Brannon, I think, can clarify that. And so it would not necessarily be required to be in this bill. So what we're offering, Mr. Chair, is basically a bill that addresses, that improves the Mental Health Parity Act by requiring insurers to comply with access and availability standards that are in law today, but in the managed healthcare law, but also apply those access and availability standards to the Mental Health Parity Act. So that's
But
what
theoretically, that should already be law.
it is law, but it's in the managed. It's just not referenced in the
Okay,
in
so
the
this is,
Mental Health Parity.
I think in the words of my former chairman, this is belts and suspenders, reaffirming something that's already in the statute.
It could be in case it has gotten lost, and we certainly heard substantial testimony to the lack of access and availability. I mean, if I'm a parent and my child's got an earache,
Right.
I'm in the physician's office in 15
Right,
minutes,
right.
and we need to have that same
So,
type of access.
I just want you to know, what you just said there was what the purpose of my amendment was to make sure there was more availability, access and availability. Okay, so, notwithstanding that, I mean, I guess theoretically, if I find out that Section 2, Tyler just reaffirms it's already current law. So all it is it's kind of feel good, but it reaffirms what we're doing, okay? I guess I would not particularly have a problem of adding this to my amendment, that section. The preamble part, no, I don't see any, legislative need for the preamble part. But if this paragraph makes everybody feel a little better that we're reaffirming what's current law, then I can't particularly have a problem with that.
So, Mr. Chair, do we think it's worth it for the committee to hear from the insurance department, and also maybe I don't know if we have
Right.
anybody with that represents providers with respect to the elements from the amendment that you had proposed.
Oh, right. Oh, well, I can see how providers might not like to have to make that phone call, but if they're taking phone calls when people are calling up and saying, "Will you take me as a patient?" and they have to say no, why wouldn't it be easier just to call up the insurance company at the moment you're not taking patients anymore and tell them?
Yeah, but I think it's just worth it hearing from
Okay.
From them if we're putting a
Well,
requirement
we're
on
very limited on
providers.
time here.
Yep.
Okay, so is there any questions from the committee for Representative Linome? Seeing none, thank you very much
Great,
for your
thank
testimony.
you very much.
Okay, Tyler, you're on.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
Representative
was
Bartlett.
just wondering, could I just be clear about what we're doing?
Yes.
I don't have your amendment, Mr. Chair.
It's over here. I'm sorry, I didn't
So
know
we're
it
gonna-
wasn't.
We're going to
wasn't-
request another amendment that would be,
Between now, if we get this resolved,
Okay.
we could have something for the full committee at 1 o'clock, 1:15. Yep,
at 1 o'clock, okay.
yep.
Thanks very much.
Yes, please distribute it. Yeah, okay, no problem. Okay, so Tyler, So theoretically, I'm correct in saying that access standards established, that's, the 420J7 is universal, it covers everything, but by putting it into this paragraph, it reaffirms that, once again, those procedures need to be followed.
Yeah, that's correct. So the network adequacy section of statute is relatively general. Our administrative rule that deals with network adequacy, which has specific time and distance standards,
Yep.
essentially by county, there are actually, the services are divided into those that are most specialized, those that are least specialized, and you should have the closest proximity to those services.
Yep,
There are about 30 services in what we call considered core, up there with primary care, physical therapy. About half of them are behavioral health services. So it's actually fairly robust when we look at kind of the network adequacy standard related to mental health. When I say behavioral health, I'm actually including SUD. But the point is, yes, we have a network adequacy standard general, very detailed rule, very strong standards for access to SUD and mental health services.
okay, great. Then in terms of my amendment, which you drew up, can you just briefly describe what this amendment does?
That would address it is currently required by federal law that carriers update their provider directories and do so with a indicator as to whether or not the provider is accepting new patients. However, to the extent that we regulate the carrier, if the carrier does not have current information from the provider, then that creates a certain challenge in making sure that that kind of information is accurate. So the amendment would make it clear that through a provider contract standard, in other words, the contract between
Right.
the insurer and the provider would require the provider to tell the carrier within, I think it was 2 days.
Right, in a timely fashion,
Within
yes.
actually 30 days, yeah, timely fashion, that they are no longer accepting new patients.
Right, okay. Any questions? Here. Representative Bartlett.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just gonna clarify, who is actually gonna be responsible for amending all these amendments?
I will take care of getting the amendment drawn
Okay,
up.
got it. And do we have a number on the third amendment, Representative Luna?
I do not.
Okay, but, okay, we're gonna coordinate that before 1:15.
Right, well,
You're gonna go with that, or you're gonna go with the new?
I was gonna assume we didn't want to do the Third Amendment.
What's that?
I assume we didn't want to do the Third Amendment.
So what are you proposing?
So I am proposing that we take my amendment and add your, the Section 2, Roman 2 access standards established in RSA 420.
And also the effective date, January 1st, 2020.
And then use the effective date. Yes, that's what I'm proposing. You're okay with that? We're okay with that. Okay, does anybody have a problem with that? Speak now or forevermore hold your peace.
Do you need me to do anything?
Well, if you want to run over and have the amendment drawn up, sure. I'm sure Chris, I was going to have my staffer do it, but if you want to do it.
No.
Yeah, is education not meeting today?
Way of getting it done.
Is education meeting today?
What's that?
Are you guys meeting today in education?
We're in meeting right
Okay, so we want you to get back to work.
Could I just ask Representative Luna, are you gonna be here at 1:15?
I can if you need me.
Okay, I just think we should look over this
We
whole.
should do it. Once we have it
amendment.
done, we'll,
I'll come back and put that once that.
cool.
Okay, thanks so
Okay.
much.
All right, so is everybody clear on what we're proposing to take the amendment that has my name on it and adding in on the amendment that's 0411H, which has Representative Bartlett at the top, to add in the Section 2 and 3 of the bill? Okay, we're all set. Since we don't have an official amendment in front of me, we're not going to vote, but that's where we're going to go with. Okay. Chris, do you have, Christine, do you have you got that? What we're doing? Adding Section 2 and 3 from this amendment, the Bartlett amendment from 411, adding that to my amendment 297. So that will change the effective date, change 2 on that. It changes to 2 to make that a new 2, and then there will be a 3. The effective date is January 1st.
So
Okay?
so that's incorporating all of what's in 0412 right now?
1-1 or 1-2?
drafters prefer the language on 4012 and the.
Oh, I see. Okay, 412 because that was written in nicer fashion?
Yep.
Okay, Tyler, you're the one who has to enforce it. Which one's a better written paragraph?
I just want to make sure that Kristen's got the right instruction here.
No, I agree. Okay, so,
Section went from 297, which is your amendment.
right. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna take mine,
Section 2
and I'm gonna
3.
scratch this out and say 2 is going to be, it's gonna be, section, once I write this down, I'll read it to everybody so everybody can, section 2, Roman numeral 2 of, 0412H. And section 3 is effective date, January 1. Okay, so if everybody has my amendment in their hand,
Yes.
okay? What we would do in my amendment is change section 2, which has effective date, and that section 2 is now going to be section 2, Roman numeral 2 of amendment number 0412. And section 3 would be the effective date, January 1, 2023. Beautiful. Okay. All right, everybody got that? Speak now forevermore, hold your peace if you have a problem with it. You will, we'll have that, we don't vote on anything unless you have it in hand. I have an experience of where that didn't happen that way. Not in my our committee, but it happened, and it did not go well. Okay. Next up. Yeah, we're not hearings yet. Okay, so next one is next subcommittee. Why am I missing my subcommittee sheet here? Okay, next, 1237. Okay, House Bill 1237, we have an amendment for it. Has that been distributed? Is that, yeah, 1237, yep. Okay, so 1237, while she's distributing the amendment, you can briefly describe it again. This is my amendment. And that was in our the bill was to reduce the tobacco requirement, percentage requirement of a cigar bar from 60 to 50 for 2 years, and then and sunset it and put it back to where it was. In the discussion of the bill, we talked a little bit about what was the 60% based on, and for better or for worse, the wisdom of the legislature when they passed the cigar bar legislation at the beginning emphasized that it was expected that 60% would be just cigar type products. And in particular, it specifically said cigarettes and loose tobacco sales could not be included in the 60%. So in thinking about that, I'm thinking that doesn't make sense, because if they didn't have the wine, if they weren't in this business, if they were just a tobacco shop, I'm sure that they would be selling cigarettes. And so why would we mess with the fundamental business model they should be having, which is they're in the business of selling tobacco products, which includes cigarettes and loose tobacco. So basically all we did is move the exemption line and move it up to the accepted line. Any discussion? Any questions? Yes, Representative Bartlett.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, all this was doing was clarifying what we had in discussion during, Larry, could you just move a little? I need to talk about that. It just
I
moved.
hate this seating arrangement.
So this is just clarifying the discussion we had in the subcommittee about how cigarette sales are audited. Is that correct?
Right.
And then the next question I have is, so does this allow a cigar bar, if the tobacco sales go up, to be able to sell more liquor? Is what I'm wondering.
Theoretically, that is true. They could sell.
Backdoor way of increasing liquor sales
They
where
could,
there's
they could
profit.
sell more liquor if all of a sudden, having all this, they're 60%, but I'm pretty sure that it really doesn't, that the law wasn't driving that per se, because once we said above 60%, it didn't matter. In other words, as long as they were selling plenty of tobacco products, then there was never any pressure about how much alcohol they sold.
Right.
So the fact that we're raising it doesn't mean all of a sudden they're going to go out and find more wine tasting, or whatever, alcohol tasting customers.
See, I'm wondering if it's not a backdoor way of allowing more liquor sales, in that that's where the profit is.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to hear from the Liquor Commission what their thoughts are on this.
Okay, there he is.
But,
So, yes, Representative Johnson.
but they still have to sell 60% of tobacco, so it doesn't change anything.
Well, we're
It just
increasing.
gives them more of a tobacco stuff that they can sell to meet that 60% marker.
Right, but it also, when that gross revenue goes up, it's also going to allow for higher liquor sales.
Increased liquor sales, right.
Thank you. My name is Lieutenant Matthew Culver, the New Hampshire State Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. That is correct. Fundamentally, when you increase the revenue for the 60% requirement in cigars or cigar-related products, you have the availability to increase the alcohol sales. Based on the data that we have on these specific business models that have recently obtained the cigar bar license, we can definitely draw a conclusion that those models are experiencing difficulties in compliance. Based on our data, we can't draw the conclusion that is based or has a propensity to be based on the increase of tobacco or alcohol sales. So just because you are increasing the amount of alcohol sales doesn't mean that they're going to increase the amount of violations they have. In fact, with adding these products into the law, there will be a larger chance of them to be less non-compliant with the 60% requirement.
Sorry.
Further question, you may inquire.
So, do we have even anecdotal information about how many cigarettes are sold from a typical cigar bar? I know that hasn't been a focus for them, but they are available.
We have some data on that. It's not broken down by what kind of tobacco product it is, but we do have that data, yes.
So the question is, given the current situation with the 60, have businesses been saying, no, we can't sell you wine anymore this month because we're already hit our 60%? Have you ever had anybody who actually says to a customer,
40%,
or
right?
40% that well, the ratios were out of whack, that we got to shut down because of it?
Yes, that has occurred. And in establishments that know that they're close to their 60% requirement, 60-40 ratio, they monitor those sometimes on a daily basis per night that they're open. So yes, there are circumstances where they limit drink amounts to 2 drinks, because if they serve 4 drinks, their 60% ratio is going to be way out of line. And if they're way out of line more than, say, a week for their quarterly reports, they're going to be by the end of that quarter, massively out of compliance.
Okay, Representative Bartlett.
So does the commission take a position on this amendment? Because it sounds like your auditors had different ways of, currently have different ways of interpreting. Is that correct?
Different ways of interpreting.
Other than cigar tobacco sales? Because it sounded like some were including the cigarettes and some were not. Isn't that what we heard from testimony?
The tobacco, the cigarettes were specifically excluded from that.
Right.
So the law was specific on what was included in the cigar-related products.
So does the commission take a position on this amendment?
I believe that the commission is remaining neutral on this.
Yeah, no, as far as I know, they're
Okay.
neutral. I think the commission, to be frank, the commission's more worried about the hookahs. And hookah is what I was concerned was loose tobacco, but evidently it's not tobacco. It's some other herbs and spices that, so in that sense, we're not we're not allowing that which is what the commission's already concerned with. Yes, Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Loose tobacco, to me, would include pipe tobacco, which is an offering
Correct.
in a lot of cigar shops. And they also sell pipes that could be $100 or more. We're including cigar ashtrays. Should we include pipes for the loose tobacco? Just asking a question.
And thank you for the question. Certainly, that is a possibility to look at, to be included in those types of products. Just for point of clarification there, Department of Revenue does tax shisha or hookah
Okay.
on as loose tobacco.
Oh, okay, so it is loose tobacco then.
I think there's a discrepancy in the definitions of that. I know there's a representative from Health and Human Services here who has under their definitions, have a different interpretation of that.
Okay. All right, well, I think I was just trying to minimize what we're taking from one line and moving up to the X line. But it sounds like that we need to wait till the dust settles on those issues in terms of what is in and what is out, and maybe we'll want to revisit this again in the future.
That may be beneficial to look at what these definitions entail. I know there's a discrepancy in definition between DRA and Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay. All right,
But
well,
at the very basic level, including these products would assist cigar bar licensees in helping reach that 60%
right. So
requirement.
maybe we should do just cigarettes and not loose tobacco. Pipe tobacco, no, yeah, and to me, pipe tobacco is definitely. All right, so let's leave it like this, and then once that has been refereed between the HHS and DRA, then maybe we can revisit this in the future. Are you okay with that, Representative Bartlett?
I have some discomfort over the fact that this is probably going to make it easier to sell more liquor. However, I
Is that
don't feel like I'm in a position to dictate how the cigar bar stays financially
Right.
viable.
Assuming we have this whole statute wrapped around lodging, we don't, Henry's not in the room, is he? But I guess we could check it. But my assumption is that the lodging and restaurant, who really is the one that's most concerned about them, having this liquor, I would assume they're happy because we still have not allowed them to sell food. And so I would assume that they would be happy, but we can certainly, I could check up with them before we take this up. Okay. All right. Anybody else have any other discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Discussion on this amendment? So we do have an amendment in front of us, so we could vote as a subcommittee on this amendment. So who's on this subcommittee, the Business Committee?
Subcommittee for liquor,
The liquor.
we've got Bolio, Van Houten, and we have a sub and me, Patuchik, Abramson, and Herbert. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not Herbert. He's in business. So I'm subbing for Van Houten.
Okay.
And
so
who,
I
do you have
guess-
somebody subbing for Abramson?
Right, so Representative Greason's gonna sub,
So there's only 5 of us.
okay. All right, so Representative Patusic, second by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All those in favor of ought to pass as amended, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're good to go. All right. All right, what's next? Okay. All right, so 1502, 1503, and 1504. All right, so as some of you may know, just to make sure everybody knows what we're doing here, 1503, even though I scheduled it with the other bills, as though, because there was a crypto bill, and I thought, really, if we're going to talk crypto, we should be unified in our conversation with them. It turns out 1503 did not have that evil fiscal note to it, the $5 million fiscal note, and so therefore did not have an early departure date. So it is, the 1503 does not have to be out of this committee until February 10th. So that gives us a month to do what? Okay.
So 1502 is, they already waived.
So we have
the fiscal?
1502 and not least 1502 and 1504. Okay?
But
for us to talk
1502
about
still
today.
has a fiscal note, is that correct?
Both of these had the same fiscal note attached to it.
Okay, got it.
Okay? So what would I like to do, if it will humor of the subcommittee, is that 1504 is the one that really was the driver for the fiscal note, because it was creating a separate division within the banking department. And I think everyone pretty much agrees that that's probably not a good idea for New Hampshire. So I would then entertain, once we finish with this, that we would want to just kill 1504 and really send the message that no, we're not interested in creating that division. The 1502 had some of the language, and then 1503 was obviously securities related. But what we do know now is that we want to go forward with a UCC model legislation, which theoretically in the next 2 or 3 years, I don't know how many years before they officially announce it, that every state is going to have the same similar statute. So the advantage is here is that New Hampshire will be the first to have a UCC statute related to crypto. And the sense of urgency I feel about this is I am shocked and awe that how many financial institutions already are doing it. I mean, I was looking at my PayPal account, and it's telling me, yeah, it's in the business of doing crypto. I know trust departments absolutely are chomping at the bit to be carrying it in people's portfolios. So if that is true, then that makes our sense of urgency of doing the UCC that much more. Anyways, is to have that. So the plan would be today would be to dispose of 1502 and 1504 because they're early bills, and that way 1503 will then be our crypto bill that we will then take up by the end of the first week of February.
This is the first week of February.
Excuse me, first week of March. I'm sorry.
Chairman,
Yes.
I think, so I thought you were saying we were taking away 1503 and 1504 and we're going to use 1502.
No. We're
I
gonna
got it.
okay, let me try again.
Okay,
1502, I think we should interim study it so that we always have something that's still in the committee. 1503, we will take up March, first week of March. 1504, I think we should just dispose of today.
This sounds good.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry, I could have misspoke, and obviously I misspoke about the dates. Okay, all right, so we'll start out with 1504. Okay, who's on this subcommittee? Okay, so we got, okay, so, Osborne's not here, so I'll replace him with you. Okay. And is Abel's here? Weston's here. So Fargo, who's replacing Fargo? You'll replace her. Yeah. Okay.
Business, it'll be me.
Yeah. And Representative Herbert and McAleer. Okay, and Ham, you're on this one. Okay.
And him.
All right, so Representative Patusek, seconded by Representative Bartlett, moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1504. Is that motion clear?
1504 is ITL.
1504 ITL. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, do we have that many people in this?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 to 0.
Okay. 8 to 0. Okay. All right. Next is
That's this one.
that's 1504.
Yeah.
Okay. The next motion, Representative Patusek, seconded by Representative Bartlett, moves that 1502 be interim study. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand.
Yep. 8 to 0.
Okay. 8 to 0.
However, I've got 9 on
I
the
know, but
subcommittee.
I know who's voting and not supposed to be counting.
I've got Hunt, Osborne, Ham, Johnson, Abel, Weston, Fargo, Herbert, McAleer.
Right.
And I'm subbing for Weston, I'm sorry, Fargo.
9-0.
9-0.
So
Okay.
the other one
They're
was
9-0.
9-0 too.
Okay. Perfect. Well, that's it. All right.
I like that.
Okay. And now, what else do we have?
10:28. 10 o'clock. We got
So we all done then? We didn't have any?
And 1503 is going to be, we're putting that off.
1503, we're not taking that up today. And like I say, right now, 1503 is I have, I have Courtney for Legislative Services, Tom Conley from the Business Division of the Secretary of State's office is our UCC expert. And hopefully that within a month, they will shake their magic and make it happen.
Okay, got it.
Representative Herbert.
Just to review, if I got it correctly, one bill, we killed.
We just killed 1504.
Another bill,
1503, we just interim study it, so we have a vehicle for going forward. 1502, excuse me.
is interim study.
And 1503, we're not taking up today because we're going to be holding on to that and working on that some more.
The interim study, is there a time certain?
The
which we
interim
have to-
study bill, if the House concurs with that motion, would mean that we would keep that bill in committee and we would probably revisit it next fall. And then by October of next year, we would have to say recommend or not recommend for future legislation.
So, just so I got it straight, nothing's going to get passed until there's further study and discussion on the cryptocurrency issues.
We hope that we will have a month from today, 1 month, we would have an amendment for 1503. And in that amendment, we'll have the agreed upon language for securities, and then the attempt to create a new UCC chapter, Chapter 12, that will be blockchain technology.
All right, so there is the potential that there would be a UCC.
Yeah. Blockchain.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
just
stay
saying.
tuned. Yes, UCC, we hope to have in front of us
This
a month
section.
from now. 1 month.
Okay, I just.
You can vote against it then, Chris. You will get your chance to vote against it.
No, I just, okay.
All right.
Okay. Any more discussion? All right, so, we do have one more now.
1469.
Oh, of
Social
course, the most
credit
important
scores.
one, right, 1469. Okay, so we do have an amendment for 1469, and that is being distributed.
2H. January 27th. That's the latest one, right, John?
Yeah, so,
Older one or new one?
yes.
Go down that rabbit hole, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Okay.
That's the one I read.
All right, so the amendment should say 342. It has my name on it, and it'll say 342. Okay, so what 342 does is it basically replaced the entire bill. So we'll start with that concept. We've replaced the entire original bill. It changes the title to the bill relative to prohibited acts for banks, credit unions, and businesses, and amends the bill with two sections, Section 1, Section 2. Section 1 is in the banking statute, Section 2 is in the consumer protection statute. So Brandon, do you want to say anything? And since I'm the only one in the room who knows who you are, you might want to introduce yourself. Yeah, you have to make sure the mic's on and pull it close to you so they can hear you at home. Yeah, the button, there should be a button there. Yeah, now you're, oh. Red is on.
Red's on.
Red, camera's on there.
Opposite of what they do in the courthouses.
Yes, okay.
I apologize. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Morning, members of the committee. Mr. Chairperson, my name is Brandon Garrod. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General, also the Chief of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau at the Department of Justice. So I am here just to point out some observations that the Department of Justice has about 1469. Not to speak to the merit of the bill itself or the underlying intention of it, but simply speak, as Mr. Chairperson, you pointed out, about 50% of this amendment would be placed under New Hampshire's Consumer Protection Act. The Consumer Protection Bureau,
Correct.
the Department of Justice, are the enforcers of the Consumer Protection Act. So anytime something is being added or amended in the Consumer Protection Act, as the enforcer, I look at it as a matter of enforceability. If somebody were to file a complaint with our office alleging a violation of this statute, would the Department of Justice be able to meaningfully investigate and determine whether or not a violation has occurred? And I think there are some grave concerns with the way that this amendment is currently written, in that many complaints under, or allegations made under the way this is worded now, would largely be unenforceable by the Department of Justice. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. You know, currently, the Consumer Protection Act gives us the ability, when somebody files a complaint to the Department of Justice, there's subpoena authority under the Consumer Protection Act that allows us to investigate, interview witnesses, take testimony, subpoena documents, in order to make sure that if somebody's making a complaint against somebody before the Department of Justice is bringing civil or criminal charges forward, we're able to corroborate what's being said, we're able to build a case, and we're able to clearly show that a violation of the Consumer Protection Act has happened and that there are unfair and deceptive acts or practices that are being committed. To make it a unfair and deceptive act or practice to discriminate against an individual in the course of business, based on these various factors, absent some sort of written policy by the business that the Attorney General's office was able to subpoena and review. So in that circumstance, it would be enforceable. If a business keeps a written policy that says, you know, we're going to treat this group of people different than this group of people,
Right.
that would be enforceable. We'd be able to subpoena the business, we'd be able to subpoena the business owner in, ask them about written policies, ask employees about written policies, and to the extent that those written policies existed, this would potentially be enforceable. But absent something like that, if a business is taking an action against somebody and the purpose that the business is behind their action is really the employee or the business owner's subjective intent in doing so, absent a confession by the bad actor in that case that their motivation for taking the action that they took was, in fact, one of the factors listed in the statute, the Attorney General's office would be left without any recourse to be able to investigate to determine what the underlying purpose of the action was. So I just don't want to create the impression that if this is passed and complaints are made to the Attorney General's office that this is something that's going to be easily investigated and easily prosecuted. We take our responsibility in investigating and bringing charges, especially criminal charges, very seriously, and we can only do so if we have evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that a crime has occurred. And in this case, we would have to prove not only that an action took place, some sort of discriminatory act taken against a customer in the course of business, but that the underlying purpose of that action was in fact to discriminate based on any of the factors that are listed in the statute. So it's not just enough that an act takes place, but we would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a criminal case and by preponderance of the evidence in a civil case that the purpose behind that action was in fact because of an individual's political affiliations or philosophical ideas. And there's no real way to do that unless it's either in writing or the person is willing to give a full confession and say, this was my intention. I'm happy to take a question.
Okay, so before I take his question, because I'm pretty sure I know where he's going, so I just want to ask this question of you.
Sure.
Would you believe that this legislation is built around someone actually publicly admitting that they are discriminating? For instance, Deutsche Bank said that they refused to do loans with the Trump company.
If a business were to admit to a practice like that and this statute was in effect, sure, we would be able to enforce it in that limited circumstance. But that would basically be the only circumstance in which
exactly.
we were able to.
But I would just say, would you believe this legislation intent is really, people really are going to be public about their discrimination? And that's what we really want to make sure does not occur.
Yep, understood. I just wanted to, I imagine that if this legislation were to pass, what would happen is that we would receive a lot of complaints from people that felt that they were treated unfairly in the course of business throughout the state, and that was as a result of their personal ideologies, political beliefs, Facebook posts, whatever have you. And if we look at that complaint and it's a business that hasn't made any public statements about discriminating against a certain class of people or a certain group of people, and we reach out to the business and say, hey, can you respond to this complaint? And they say, no, we're not going to. That ends our ability to investigate that type of complaint. So I think those concerns, to the extent that that type of enforceability can be tightened up or can be drafted in a way where the Attorney General's office would be able to take enforcement action or investigate those types of complaints, I think that's a concern that the committee should think about.
So obviously one of the other avenues of resolution to statute is the right of private action. So I'm sure there are plenty of times you have said to people who called and complained, listen, we're never going to be able, unless you've got a smoking gun, there's nothing we can do, but there's nothing stopping you from suing that business.
That is true, Mr. Chairperson, but we are the authority on consumer protection in the state, and the public looks to us to enforce the Consumer Protection Act. So we certainly want to be in a position to enforce it whenever there is a violation and there are unfair and deceptive acts or practices occurring. I don't want to be in a situation where we're receiving an onslaught of complaints and we have to continually tell consumers, there's simply not enough evidence, there's nothing we can do. At that point, it looks like, the People's Consumer Protection Bureau has failed them. And it's telling them to, go to court and do it yourself. We don't like to be in that position.
No, I hear you. But I guess I'm not sure that is going to occur. So, but I hear you, and that if we did see this an overwhelming problem, then I'd say yes, we probably could say something to people like please don't bother us if you don't have evidence. But at this point, I don't We have to assume that the intent of the legislation is from the sponsors is that this is that these guilty parties will be public about their position, that they've been publicly, I don't know, say browbeated into doing that. So we want to just make on record that we don't want that to happen.
Understood.
So, Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first, if I may ask a question of you, when you say publicly, I understand that in a couple of different ways. One is that it's out in the open for people to see.
Right.
Or public, do you mean by publicly that it's actually a stated policy?
You mean stated policy, yes. Publicly
Okay, so
stated
not, I
policy.
mean, because public means that it's in view.
Stated.
Can also
stated,
mean, that,
right.
yes, you mean stated.
Stated.
All right, so I have a question for the, yes.
Okay.
Sir, thank you. So I understand what you're saying. I think I understand what you're saying with respect to investigatory powers. And would it be enough, though, if a company did not advertise or state publicly a particular potentially discriminatory practice, would it be enough for the department if it observed a pattern?
Potentially. I mean, that is a method that we use in evaluating consumer complaints.
Follow? So that would not require subpoena power. That would, all you'd have to see would be a pattern of behavior that suggested discrimination.
If it was a consistent enough and a continuous enough pattern, there is a possibility that that could lead to enough for us to move forward, yes. But it would all depend on, the complaints would have to be very similar and they would have to be continuous.
Running short on time.
So that would be in addition to something stated.
Yes.
Yes, another criteria or data point. Thank you.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for answering our questions.
Certainly.
How many businesses have written policies to discriminate against any of the other protected groups?
I can't,
And
I'm
yet
not,
does
not in a position
discrimination
to answer that
actually
question
occur?
this morning, unfortunately.
And does discrimination still occur despite having laws on the books that say thou shalt not discriminate?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Well, does discrimination still occur?
Does any discrimination occur?
Yeah.
A discrimination, of course, occurs.
And when you investigate this discrimination, how many of those places that were alleged to have discriminated have on their in their books a policy, written policy, that we're going to discriminate against X, Y, or Z group?
Discrimination is not currently a part of the Consumer Protection Act, so we do have a Civil Rights Bureau in the Attorney General's office.
The Human Rights Commission, yes.
But what I'm saying, he mentioned earlier that it would have to be in a business's written policy that they're going to discriminate against in order to be enforceable. This act to be
Or
enforceable.
it doesn't have to be a written policy. It
would
could
have to
be
be a
a,
written policy.
it could
Well,
be
no,
an
he-
advertised policy. It could be a
using
pattern.
I'm using his words.
I know, but that's,
using
that's,
his words.
but that's not.
But how many businesses have a written policy to discriminate?
But again, I can't answer that question. I haven't surveyed.
The obvious answer is none. Okay, Representative Burrows.
I have a quick question. On line 28, and I don't know if I'm asking this to you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
It says that when such action is necessary for the physical safety of the person, the business, or the business employees, should there be something in there that would also protect the public? If the public would be in danger? I can give you an example. If somebody on, let's say, okay, I'll give you a what if. Somebody is on social media advocating a 9/11 type attack in New Hampshire. Would that, that's an extreme, but is there cause to put in also to protect the public?
Representative Greason, you wrote this. Do you know what this paragraph was about?
In discussions with the Bankers Association, there may be a need to protect the employees of that business from physical harm. And so that's where this comes in, okay? As far as protecting the public, you're talking about a criminal act, and then becomes a different issue entirely. And so this is not dealing with criminal action in that regard. So no, it's not necessary in the context. If somebody goes out and says, I am going to do something at this particular bank because of X, Y, or Z, then that bank would have the ability to say, we're not going to do business with that guy because of clear threats against specific that bank. But just general stupidity, threats to the public, how would you define that? But if there's any credible threats, that becomes a police matter and not the business itself.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
I'm not inclined to support this bill anyway, but my question is, haven't there been rulings, what was it, Hobby Lobby? Where some businesses do discriminate, and they have been allowed to legally discriminate. So I'm a little confused here in terms of non-discrimination. Hobby Lobbies, was that a national law of some sort? Because they didn't want to, what was, I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not
Religious.
sure what
It
you're
was
referring to,
religious.
but at this point, we're just dealing with what's in front of us.
Okay, so I'm just saying I'm a little confused because it has already been done.
Okay, well, we understand. All right, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got a question. If a bank decides that they're not going to, for instance, loan money to a fossil fuel producer, without this law, would this bill, if it became law, allow you to enforce the discrimination?
Well, in your hypothetical, a bank has decided not to loan to a fossil fuel producer. Is it simply because they're a fossil fuel producer?
Yes, they've decided that, there's certain universities, there's certain foundations that are not investing in fossil fuel. But if a fossil fuel producer came to a bank and said, I want to borrow money, and they said, no, our policy is that we're not going to loan money to a fossil fuel producer, would you need this law in order to be able to keep them from discriminating?
So it's a complicated question. Assuming that it was a discrimination by the bank that fits one of the factors in this statute, yes, this would allow us in that circumstance to investigate. But again, I assume that a lot of decisions go into significant business decisions like that. We could ask the bank, we received this report from this company, you've been denied, they believe it's discrimination, you simply are making a political statement about your disbelief in the business that they do, what's your position? If the bank says no, it was largely a financial decision on our part, we don't have the ability to then do any further investigation to show that that's not actually the case, because what happened was a decision within the inner workings of somebody's mind. And this is kind of the example that I'm here to point out to you. If the bank said to us, oh yeah, we definitely don't want to do business with any fossil fuel producers, and we won't do it, and we intend to discriminate against them in the future, then yes, that would be a violation of this. But, unless there is a full confession, yes, we made this decision, and yes, this was the motivation behind the decision that we made, this is very, very difficult to enforce from our perspective.
But I actually want to respond too, because there's two ways to look at this question. You actually brought up two different type of models. One is if a higher institution decides to divest in a stock, okay, and they have made that motive, that actually is permitted in the statute. So your investment decisions in investing in something is perfectly permitted.
Right.
Okay, so there's nothing barring, Harvard from selling its oil stocks. Okay, now, the next question is if a bank were to say, we are not going to loan money to somebody who's in the oil business, okay, we decided we don't do oil. Well, that wouldn't go to his department, that would go to Amelia's department, and when Amelia would have to say to the bank, what is your rationale they would have to document to the bank department why they have created that exclusion. And if they say, we have decided through our evidence that they are a bad investment, and we have documented where we have cases where the company failed to pay the loan, they had structural problems or whatever, that if they can make that example, if that financial institution can make a case that decision they're making is based upon past history of loans in that category, then it would be permitted.
So this law is going to would potentially keep banks or credit unions or businesses from being able to set their own policy. Is that correct?
No, it just reaffirms that they better have a rationale for that policy. Just like insurance company can't use credit scoring unless they can document that credit scoring is a direct effect on your ability to pay for the insurance product. Okay, who has not asked
thank
this
you.
question yet? Reverend
Yeah.
Boo.
Beaulieu. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If it's a business decision, then it's a business decision. It's not discrimination. Can you expand on that?
Can I expand on that?
I mean, like if I owned a business and I didn't want to do business with someone because it's not a good business decision, then a bank could decide not to, work with a fossil fuel company because it's, not a good business decision.
So I think what you're pointing out again highlights the enforceability problems here, which is that even once, if this is passed and this is a law in the state of New Hampshire, businesses still get to make those decisions based on, legitimate business factors that aren't purely motivated by a discriminatory purpose. And what the Attorney General's office and the Banking Commission would have to do in investigating these types of reports is determine conclusively by sufficient evidence whether a specific decision was purely discriminatory or was in some way motivated by a sound business decision or a sound business practice unrelated to discrimination. And the reason coming for the committee today is to point out that absent very rare circumstances where there either is a written policy or an express verbal policy or a full confession by the business, it's very difficult, if not impossible for us to investigate and enforce and prove which of the two it was.
I think that's very well stated. Thank you. Okay, Representative Burrows.
Clarification on this. Let's say that a business, their corporate, they have a corporate philosophy they use in order, or a mission statement to attract customers. Our mission is to only invest in clean energy. Could they go after them for that? If they, discriminated against a fossil fuel company when that is the mission of the bank and it's stated clearly?
Again, he doesn't cover banks.
And
He does not do banks.
Okay.
That's
Well,
the banking is in particularly excluded from the consumer protection.
okay, then
provision.
another type
So,
of business.
but I would say is if I were in the oil business and the bank goes out and says, we don't do business with oil companies because this is our approach to consumers, I would be wondering why would they be pursuing that loan from that institution, knowing full well that institution has publicly said that they don't do it. But notwithstanding that yes, the financial institution is going to say that bank is doing that for their marketing approach, and therefore they can document why they think that that's what the consumers want and that's what they're doing, and that would be a rationale.
Okay, thanks.
Representative McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question, this would have to do with employment as well, would it not?
Employment,
In
certainly
other-
employment practices are business practices, so
Right.
yes, I believe it would.
But it seems to me that it is taking every bit of subjectivity out of any choice. In other words, it's really telling a business what they can or cannot do. In other words, if I'm interviewing a prospect that I might want to hire, I just might not like the guy. And why
Well, you
don't
can't, you can't use that as an excuse.
I don't like the
That-
cut of,
that
I
is
don't like the
discrimin-
cut of his jib.
Okay.
And he may have put, and I also think this is a possibility that people might put something on their social media that would sort of give them an excuse to bring out a complaint. I see that happening as well. I just find this extremely vague. I find it sort of dictating to a business how they should operate, and I'm taking all the subjectivity out of a decision when I just don't like this guy. I don't like the cut of his jib.
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
Okay.
So
Thank you very much.
I think that the issue that you're seeing is more of a policy issue, which is a question for, the commission and the legislature, not for the Attorney General's office. I'm just here to talk about the enforceability if it was passed in its current form.
So do you have a question that's not bank related?
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, this is not just, we've been looking at it as business-to-business transactions, and we need to break it down to the individual person. Because there's coming a time when somebody's going to be going to work one day, and they're going to stop to put gas in their car, and their debit card is going to get declined. Not because they don't have money in the bank, but because they drive a fossil
That's a
fuel-powered
banking,
vehicle.
that's a banking question.
No, hold on.
Debit
And
card
it's-
is a banking question.
I understand it, but it's all because they drive a fossil fueled car and they have to drive to work, and if somebody is determined that they drive too far to get to work and their job is not
Okay.
important enough. Okay.
That's a
So-
would you believe question.
That's a would you believe question, but it goes beyond that to, this is how we had oh my goodness, what's his position?
We're really
Surgeon
tight
Gen-
on time
The
here,
Surgeon
so-
General of the United States came out. This is an official now from the Biden administration itself, calling for private business to censor a private citizen. The Surgeon General called for Spotify to censor Joe Rogan. Okay? Up until Joe Rogan made a comment that the Surgeon General didn't like, Joe Rogan was fine.
Okay.
But the point is, we now have an official federal government policy calling for the censorship through the use of a business. So now the government is now telling the business, we want you to censor this guy. It doesn't matter why. The federal government is now telling a private business to censor. Now at this point, Spotify has said, we're going to tell Neil Young to go pound sand, and we're going to keep Joe Rogan because he generates more money for us.
Okay, so
But
this
the point
is,
this is the kind of thing that is happening. Joe
Okay.
Rogan is not a conservative,
All right.
okay? So it's not about one specific political ideology. It's about government telling businesses to censor them because they can't do it because of the First Amendment. But if I can coerce a private business to censor somebody, then that's how they're going to do it. They're going to turn the screws on the private businesses to screw over the people.
Okay.
So that's where the discrimination is going to come in. It's not, and I'm telling you, you don't want my guy in charge either telling business to turn you down either. So it's not one-sided, it's both ways.
okay, so that's a would you believe question. and-
No, you better believe it because it just happened. the other
Okay,
day.
so, okay, all right, do we,
Thank you.
real specific question now.
Well, my question is, does that sound like a political motive to you, his question? Does that sound like a political motive or not?
So I don't think that is a question that's appropriate for me to answer. I'm just here
Thank
to
you.
talk
All
about the enforceability of that.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, okay.
Thanks.
All right, I think we've moved this along. I think
Thank you all.
we've beat this horse pretty dead. So, so Representative Patusek, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those, okay, so we all know who's voting and who's not voting, right? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed? 1.
sub-
You're not on this subcommittee, okay. And so, yes, so Abel,
Bartlett, Herbert, and Weston.
yes. Okay,
That's four.
all right, so the motion passes 5-4. Okay. All right. Representative Patusek, second by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
10:28.
I guess we're all set. So
Public hearing.
now we're in the public hearing. Okay. All right, so we'll take a brief moment here to reorganize ourselves.
Can we just remind you, this is not the British Parliament, where people can start yelling out liar?
You'll find out that this folder gets huge.
Actually, I shouldn't.
Oh, that's just 2 days worth. I was gonna say, this one has a lot more.
Good question.
I thought we didn't do the numbers here.
Here, PDMs. Pharmacy benefit. This is every term we get PDM. I have seen this damn thing 4 times. Because some idiot keeps filing it. Oh, no, she's not an idiot. I know who she is. But
Trying a different way.
there's a problem with PDM managers. They think they're real shady. And I've had a 4-hour briefing on PDM.
Okay.
So,
Here's our blue sheets.
what
Okay.
I did was also, some of them closed the day of the original hearing,
Yeah.
right? So I just made a new copy, making sure I captured everybody who came in after the hearing.
Cool.
I don't know if you care.
I'm gonna put them in numerical order.
Okay.
Or
Do
did
you want me to do
you?
that? I think I had them in the order of what they were supposed to,
Yeah,
how
put
we
them
were
in
hearing
numerical
today,
so I
both
can
numerical.
pull them if I need to. And I gotta go to the boys' room. Either that or we got a problem. See, John, you know I'm OCD. I track these things.
Good job.
Plus I know you gotta watch all this shit. I can feed you the stuff.
Right.
I gotta go to the boys' room.
Okay. All right, thank you.
probably will be back with a check. Yeah. What's that? Oh, thank you.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on HB 1028 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Yukovich. Sorry about the delay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No rush. My next bill is at 11, so I have plenty of time. I'm here only for a few minutes. Thank you for inviting me, members of the committee, Mr. Chair. My bill is quite simple, just a few lines. This is about health insurance. This is about short-term health insurance. With friends' help, I found out that the short-term health insurance in New Hampshire is restricted, unlike in some other states. And the short-term insurance, though it may not be comprehensive, this is perfect vehicle for people with lower income people, people who are working gig economy, people who are between jobs in these uncertain times, who can't afford the multi-$1,000 premiums per month, and who would enjoy this kind of care, well, coverage, while they're looking for something else or maybe positioning themselves better. That's what my bill is about. It's opening up that market to the people who don't have any insurance right now. We have the fiscal note in the bill. It's all zeros throughout every year. There's no appropriations. There are no expenditures. Revenue is undetermined. Now, the fiscal note states that opening up lower cost options to consumers will affect the established companies. So by having these options given to consumers, they make it sound like that's a bad thing to people who do not have insurance currently. But I don't believe the established companies will suffer because some of them already provide these term plans in other states where they can. And in New Hampshire, we're looking at 5% of all granted status are uninsured currently, just because they cannot afford anything better. So by removing the restrictions that exist in statute today, we'll provide for better coverage for our citizens. For example, in other states, like in Florida, they do not have restrictions such as we do. There are 7 providers that provide term plans in Florida. In New Hampshire, there's only 1, and they only do 6, effectively 5 a month plan once. In Florida, consumers are able to purchase a year at a time and renew 3 times. Now, there's oversight at the federal level that affects everybody else. But it's working in other states, and providers are moving in, so I'd like to do the same in New Hampshire. And I think this is perfect time to look at these options because with the current shortages and scheduling issues and precautions, the few months that the New Hampshire consumers get in these term plans is really not enough. If there's something serious, they need to go back for a consultation. They need to do some extra interfacing with providers. So the few months that they get is really nothing. Quite useless, I would say. Again, we're looking at 5% of citizens uninsured at this point. So I'd like to give them these options because this is new age. This is after the chaos of the last few years in the medical health fields. I think they need this. And I understand there are bureaucracies that are sometimes lazy to look at new options, but not all of them. The smart ones are already offering these plans. And the smart ones will get the consumers from the new pool of people, which is probably close to 100,000 in New Hampshire. So, these people, usually younger people, people in between jobs, people of lower means, lower income, they don't require the bells and whistles plans that many other companies provide. They can go for something simple, and these plans, the term plans, would cost less than $100 a month, which is quite affordable to those who seek it. So let's please give them the option. Let's give them the option to enroll, to get insured with the coverage they can actually afford. So thank you.
Okay. Representative Weston had a question.
Yes, thank you for coming today, and thanks for taking my question. You mentioned some federal oversight, and I wonder if you could clarify what you mean by that.
Yes, thank you for the question. So currently, the federal oversight is renewals. There are 3 renewals of these plans allowed. That's what they are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I thought they, Obamacare banned them because they were considered underinsured, that their policies were limited, they had caps, they had things, and so theoretically, they were illegal under the federal law.
Thank you for the question. Not today. 3 renewals are allowed. And again, these are for $100 a month. For
Well, the
younger people.
reason, the reason they're so cheap is some of them were only $10,000.
Over the year.
That the whole plan, that was the only thing it would cover, pay out, maximum was $10,000. So that was considered underinsured. So that's why it was considered.
Back then, yes, they were, thank you. There were some changes made, so, they are allowed and with 3 renewals
Okay,
at the
well,
federal
that
level.
would be interesting to find out. Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for, Representative for this. Do these plans also cover mental health, or should they, because it's not specified in the wording that you presently have?
Thank you for the question. I'm not quite sure if they do. It's up to the providers when they come in. Again, like in, say, Florida, there are 7 different providers, so I'm sure there are some differences between them. In New Hampshire, we only have 1 currently. And as more of them will move in, I'm sure they'll provide what the public is seeking the most. But mine is a restriction. I don't go into specific coverage in the bill. It's just
Any other
feelings. Thank
questions?
you.
Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair will call on Justin Daniel in support of the bill. O'Donnell, sorry, O'Donnell. Good morning. Yeah, you have to push the button and pull it up close to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Justin O'Donnell from Manchester. I have extensive experience in the insurance industry. It's been my prime field of work for the past decade in all fields: underwriting, plan design, plan construction, sales, and plan management, from everything from selling Medicare plans to underwriting specific COVID exemptions over the past 2 years. And I helped Representative Yakubovich research this bill, and when he approached me looking for something that we could do to expand the market, one of my biggest concerns was seeing people that I've been selling insurance to for the past decade who are in that bubble where they make too much money to qualify for the subsidies to be able to afford the Obamacare plans, but not enough money to actually be able to afford them out of pocket while still paying their other bills. And this is that little bubble of people, that 5% in New Hampshire, that just do not have insurance because they have decided that the $600 a month premium with an $8,000 a year deductible before they're actually covered for anything isn't worth the out-of-pocket expense for something they may not need. And it tends to be younger people, it tends to be healthier people, people who could pass a medical underwriting exam for a short-term plan, people who would like catastrophic coverage in case something were to happen, especially maybe a car accident because their primary source of income is Uber or DoorDash and these gig economies with employers that don't provide coverage for them. Removing these restrictions on short-term plans would only benefit by allowing people greater access to a marketplace. And to some of the questions that were asked, some of the older plans with caps, they just don't exist anymore. Those were true catastrophic plans where they would just pay out in the event that something were to happen, similar to life insurance. We call them, they still exist, and they're still actually very popular in New Hampshire. They were never regulated out. We call them named sickness or named illness plans. The most popular are cancer, heart attack, and stroke insurance, where if you're diagnosed with cancer or if you have a heart attack or a stroke, it pays out a $10,000 lump sum. The point of which is to cover the deductible on your Obamacare plan that wouldn't pay for it otherwise. So the huge increase that we have seen in regulation over the past decade with health insurance has just left people in these odd positions where you're tethered to W-2 employment because you can't afford to be an entrepreneur. because you can't afford to insure yourself and your family. And a lot of young people, like myself, are in a position where we can't afford the health insurance that's on the marketplace unless we're tethered to a higher paying 1099 job and are willing to pay the $1,000 a month for it. Whereas myself, I would love to take a lower paying contract and focus on building my business and setting myself up for a future with my family. But if I had to pay the insurance premiums, that lower paying contract wouldn't pay my mortgage. And
Representative Greason has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Would it be a correct assessment that this bill would open up the market to more choices for consumers and to actually be able to meet their needs?
absolutely. As Representative Yakubovich said, in Florida there are 7 providers, in New Hampshire there's 1. Currently, I'm a licensed health insurance sales agent in all 50 states. I don't sell in New Hampshire. It's not worth it because there's no competitive option to offer my consumers.
So when you, the one policy that is here, you don't consider it a viable product?
I don't consider it a viable product because it's very corner case. It's a niche product. It's you lose your job, you get the short-term insurance, and you have a new responsibility to hunt for a new job that's going to give you employer coverage because you're not allowed to renew that plan, the one available in New Hampshire. What this bill does is list restrictions on the availability of renewals. The insurance companies don't want to sell in New Hampshire with short-term plans because they can't be renewed. And if somebody has had short-term coverage in New Hampshire right now, anytime in the past 3 years, they're ineligible to purchase a new short-term policy, even if it's not a renewal. So there's no incentive for insurance companies to even enter the market in New Hampshire because they're restricted from offering consumers the ability to retain their products.
It's sort of an oxymoron. If it's short-term, shouldn't it be non-renewal? I mean, isn't that the whole point, non-renewal? Because if you can keep renewing it, then it wouldn't be a short-term policy, would it now?
So we look at short-term on the sales side of insurance a little bit differently than people might look at it from a bureaucratic or legislative side, whereas short-term to us is the term of the policy before it resets. And whether 6 months or 1 year, as opposed to an indefinite period as long as you're employed, the difference between the Obamacare plans and these short-term plans is the medical underwriting and whether or not they cover pre-existing conditions. There was a question about mental health. Again, that does vary plan to plan. Not every plan will cover preventative mental health. Some will, some won't. And that will be reflected in their market price premiums and their deductibles that those plans have. But usually short-term plans do have medical underwriting. These would not be a one-size-fits-all approach to everybody. This would not be a good plan for a lot of people. But having the option out there for the people who it would be a good choice for is a good thing in my opinion.
But you just hit the magic word, underwriting.
Correct.
Obamacare banned underwriting. We actually banned underwriting in this state.
Only for long-term credible coverage. And the restrictions and definitions on what is credible coverage have been changed. Under the Trump administration, the penalties for not having credible coverage moved.
No, I'm saying that the state of New Hampshire actually banned medical underwriting for group health insurance.
This wouldn't be group health insurance. This would be an individual short-term
And
plan.
we experimented with repealing that ban for individuals for a brief period of time. But then we unilaterally reversed that because the premiums to remove the medical underwriting was through the roof.
So by removing medical underwriting,
right,
you would put the premiums through the roof because you would be de facto creating only a single large group where the insurance company would have to insure every individual as part of a group and assume the worst case statistics.
That's guaranteed issue. No, assuming there's not guaranteed issue, assuming that medical underwriting. In other words, the whole reason why New Hampshire
if a
passed.
plan is medically underwritten, the premiums go down because the insurance company is allowed to assess the risk.
Exactly.
So
here-
these plans, these short-term
Okay.
plans would not be a good fit, as I'm saying, for somebody who has medical issues. The target of these short-term plans is younger, healthier people who might work in the gig economy who don't have a need for comprehensive coverage but want coverage that's cheaper and more affordable for them in the event something does happen. These plans are ideal for covering a sickness that comes up or an accident that happens. And in fact, the word health insurance doesn't actually appear in most state laws.
Just
We call it
insurance, right.
accident and sickness insurance.
Correct. Okay. All right, thank you very much for your testimony. The chair will call Greg Moore from Americans for Prosperity, who is in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Always a pleasure to come before the House Commerce Committee.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Greg.
Thank you. For the record, my name's Greg Moore. I'm the State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire, and we come to testify in support of House Bill 1028. Fundamentally, it's a different space for us. We don't usually play in the carrier space or the insurance space. Our focus in terms of reducing healthcare costs, and I know that everybody on this committee has an interest in trying to reduce healthcare costs. We're more focused on increasing the supply of providers and creating more competition in the provider space more than in the insurance space. But the sponsor reached out, maybe even badgered us to take a look at this particular piece of legislation, so we did. And I went back and I looked at the history. The initial genesis of RSA 415.5 Roman 3 actually dates back to Senate Bill 30, which is from 1995. It's a very thick piece of legislation. It looks like it, and apparently it came out of a study committee. But Senate Bill 30 is where the genesis of this particular provision came into law. Now, the archives don't go back that far, sadly, so I don't know changes. About the same time that Congress was discussing what ultimately ended up becoming Hipaa, and for those folks, Hipaa doesn't just include medical privacy. A lot of Hipaa is about insurance regulation. So it seems like there are a lot of concurrent issues with Hipaa that are included in Senate Bill 30. That initial iteration allowed for up to 6 months and no renewals. So it was just 6 months and no renewals on that. That was changed twice at the request of the Department of Insurance. In 2001, we have House Bill 394, and that allowed for one renewal. So two such policies within a 12-month period, but then you'd have to take a break before getting another one. That changed in 2009 with House Bill 237. House Bill 237 has the existing language for 540 days, which essentially is 18 months out of any 2-year period. So the Department of Insurance has basically pushed out the duration of these types of plans. And ultimately, there has been nothing since then, largely because a lot of the individual market has been subsumed thanks to the Affordable Care Act as a federal priority. And to be fair, the Affordable Care Act is a great deal if you're between 138 and 200% of federal poverty level. And it's a good deal if you're between 200 and 250% of the federal poverty level. And then it sort of progressively becomes less and less a good deal until you hit 400% when the subsidies just drop off and you have to pay the full freight. That's fine. 400% of the federal poverty level is, for an individual, is $54,360. The catch is that here in New Hampshire, the average weekly wage is $1,345, which annualizes $69,940, or 515% of the federal poverty level, which means that the average job in New Hampshire is putting you in a position where, as an individual anyway, obviously if you have a family, your 400 FPL goes up, but as an individual, you are now outside of getting any subsidies within the individual marketplace. And I think there are a lot of people who are transitioning out of more traditional jobs into gig economy jobs who might be making the average wage, for whom this is a problem. And so I spent a little time, went on the the New Hampshire marketplace, which some people still colloquially refer to as the Obamacare exchange. But in the individual marketplace, went in, plugged in some numbers, I put in a 45-year-old male non-smoker. What did I get? For a silver plan, that's $349 a month. That would be your premium. Then I went over to eHealth to check the one provider of short-term health insurance in New Hampshire and plugged in the same number. Came in at $193 a month, which is 45% less. Obviously, that's a savings of, if you had it annualized, it would be $1,876 a month. And so the ability for folks, particularly young people who no longer have access to employer insurance, and frankly are looking at what's available as a silver plan in the insurance, the New Hampshire marketplace, this might create an opportunity for them. And so from our perspective, as a deregulatory approach, giving people another option, and I'll grant you, it's not the same policy. It's not apples to apples. We're not talking, they're different types of plans. And I think that the language here is a positive deregulatory step. We think it's a good idea to move forward, and it's a good idea to provide some option for some people. But I'll be the first person to admit I went through the legislative history looking at the two pieces of 2001 and 2009. The good news is those archives are available, those calendars are available, so you can read the blurb, you can read the minutes, and the historical complaint is that consumers don't know what they're getting, and that's been the complaint, that they don't know what they're getting. And I think the legislation is a positive, but I would say that we've certainly, from the standpoint of people purchasing, and now when you're buying these types of plans, a lot of them buy them via the internet, which just adds one more level of obscurity. I think that putting something in there, in addition to this, about maybe giving the Department of Insurance some authority under 541A to require some disclosures probably wouldn't be a bad idea generally, but if you decide to move forward favorably on this type of plan, it would be definitely a positive step, because it used to be if you wanted to go buy a short-term policy, you probably had to call a company directly or go through an agent who might explain some of the limitations of a plan like this. Right now, there are none. So that might be something that the committee wants to consider. But we do support the bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. So this, just so I make sure I understand it, this would cover it, as an example, a college student coming out of college, they're coming off their parents' plan at 26, they're 25, 26, I can't remember the exact cutoff, but they haven't fully found a job that offers insurance yet. This could cover them in that short term.
I would say that depends on a case-by-case basis. If you are somebody who is not making a lot of money, I wouldn't go this route. I think that going through...
But if they had like a small job, but
Well,
they weren't in their career per se.
If they had a job where they were making the average New Hampshire wage and they're outside of that 400%, and maybe even, once you get outside of like 300%, as I said, progressively the subsidies drop off pretty quickly. This might be an option that would be a good choice for someone like that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chair will call on Michelle Heaton from the Insurance Department, because I guess Tyler had to go somewhere else.
Yeah, he's in the Senate.
What? They're more important than us?
Hello, my name is Michelle Heaton. I'm the Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel at the Insurance Department.
Yeah, just pull the mic a little bit closer. Thanks.
Is this better? Yeah. So the Insurance Department does not have a formal position on this bill. We're just here for really informational purposes. And one of the concerns we do have with this bill is that the effect that's intended is not what's going to be accomplished by this bill. And part of that reason is because the way short-term limited duration policies are defined at the federal level would preclude us from doing too much to deregulate it at a state level. These are largely unregulated products, but we do regulate them. in New Hampshire. They are subject to insurance laws, and there are specific insurance rules for short-term limited duration policies, as well as ancillary health policies, which are different than major medical. And I know there was some mention of them earlier. Excuse me. Consumers that usually buy these, it is a stopgap measure, and that's the reason why it is for a limited duration. They do allow pre-existing conditions, and they are not guaranteed renewable. So they're not subject to the same requirements as typical major medical insurance. Nationally, there are reports that many consumers don't really understand what they're purchasing when they get these types of products, and that they are misled into thinking that it covers more than what a traditional major med policy would cover. There's also the concern that short-term policies may appeal to younger, healthier people, and those people are being pulled from the major medical insurance market, which could cause an increase in premium for major med products. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I was wondering when you're going to get around to talking about adverse selection. Okay. All right. Any questions? Yes, Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for testifying. Is it accurate to describe these kinds of policies as catastrophic coverage?
They are different than catastrophic coverage. Catastrophic coverage has different requirements, and they are subject to certain ACA requirements, whereas short-term limited duration, the way they're defined on the federal level, specifically exempts them from the ACA requirements.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. The recommendation that came just a moment ago to require the insurance company to provide disclosures, would that be, because you had said something about people not necessarily knowing what they're buying, and therefore that could cause them some troubles. Would that be the solution, these disclosures, or what is it that was recommended versus how do we solve the problem of people not necessarily understanding what they're getting?
It's a harder problem to solve than you would think. We currently do have filing requirements and rules that regulate short-term limited duration policies, as well as ancillary health policies. And the ancillary health, for those who may not be familiar, would be like your hospital-only coverage for a specific disease. All of our rules do require a lot of these very specific disclosures, and in bold that this is not major medical coverage. Yet, despite our efforts to try to put in these regulations and to help educate consumers on this, it's a constant problem throughout the country that a lot of these ancillary health products are marketed in a way that misleads people into thinking they're buying major med coverage. And it's something that not only our department, but all insurance departments across the country are constantly trying to figure out ways to make it clearer.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. So would you, if we were to amend this bill to try to tackle that problem, would you be able to assist us with language that, I guess what I'm getting at is, we want people to understand what they're buying, but how many people buy all kinds of things not necessarily knowing exactly what they're buying, like say automobile insurance, for example? Is there a recommendation of language? Could you provide language that would work from an enforcement standpoint, from the consumer protection standpoint, and from the business that wants to sell the product standpoint?
Yeah, we would be happy to
Is this
provide.
something that we could do?
Yeah, and I believe we do have rules already on that, so we could use this similar type of language.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, I have 3 more cards here, all in opposition. Holly Stevens from NAMI, New Hampshire. Good morning.
Good morning. I had to just check to make sure it still was morning. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens, and I'm the Director of Public Policy for NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to oppose House Bill 1028. As you've heard, under current New Hampshire law, there is a restriction on these short-term limited duration plans that they can be no more than 6 months, and there's restrictions on, how many times they can be renewed, and those are in place for a good reason. Especially for people with mental health conditions, having access to affordable, comprehensive health insurance is critical for getting the mental health care they need. The ACA, as we know, set forth a lot of provisions that these plans do not have to follow. One of them is the essential health benefits. So they don't have to cover mental health or substance use disorders services. They don't have to cover prescriptions. As a matter of fact, there was a survey done of a lot of these plans throughout the country, and at the time there were 2 providers in New Hampshire. Neither one of them covered prescriptions. These short-term plans can reject applicants based on their mental health conditions. They can charge people with mental health conditions more than they charge people without mental health conditions. They can exclude them for coverage because they have a pre-existing mental health condition. Again, they don't have to cover the services at all. And one of the things that the sponsor had mentioned, that sometimes with these plans, somebody during that first initial 6 months will become sick. And that 6 months doesn't allow them time to follow up with their care ongoing. Well, guess what? Once you get sick, you have a pre-existing condition, and they do not have to renew your policy. So, all of a sudden you actually have an illness that needs coverage, and at the end of that 6 months term, they say, see you later. Go find a major medical plan that falls under the ACA. We're not gonna renew your coverage for you. So, they've just paid for 6 months for a plan, and then all of a sudden they don't get to follow up with those providers. They have to find a new plan. So that's something that should be considered by this committee. There was a national study done that showed that 50% of these plans across the country did not cover mental health and SUD services, which is huge. And many, as you've heard, many of them are sold using deceptive tactics. And I've included some footnotes in my testimony for the sources of those information. You can certainly go and look up those reports. And I've also included I think it's a 4-page report giving some information on these short-term plans that can be found on the NAMI National website. These plans are of particular interest to younger individuals because they are cheaper, and they think, okay, it's cheaper, I'm going to sign up for this plan, not realizing that they're not getting what they think they're getting. And the other thing that we know about mental illness is that symptoms for major mental illnesses often occur in early adulthood. When kids are in college, when they're just leaving college, or I should say young adults, they're not kids at that point. But these are the individuals that these plans are targeted at. And if they buy one of these plans and then have their first episode of psychosis, say, and that plan doesn't cover any mental health treatment, they've just paid for a plan that they have. There's nothing, it gives them nothing in return. And you're talking about potentially being hospitalized for a significant period of time, needing ongoing medications and needing ongoing treatment that the plan they just paid for is not going to cover. So they're going to have to end up getting another plan anyway. So, in short, these plans, really fail to provide what they seem to provide on the surface. And I think it really should hit home that if you get sick in that first 6 months, there's a good chance you're not going to be able to renew anyway because of the nature of the plan. So with that, I just urge the committee to really seriously think about this and vote ITL on this bill.
Representative Johnson has a question.
So my question, thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to figure out the right way to word this so it doesn't come out incorrectly. If we open this up so that insurance providers can offer this to these individuals with knowing that they need to explain all, doesn't that give the consumers a chance to look at all their options? And isn't it the consumers who need to do their due diligence to make sure what they're asking for a plan is being offered? And if they don't like what they're being offered, they don't have to choose that plan. Aren't we restricting the consumers to make their own choice?
Thank you for the question. The regulations that New Hampshire put in place many years ago were put in place because, this committee and others like them felt that individuals needed to be protected. The House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, and Consumer Affairs is a part of the name of this committee, really is here to help protect consumers. There's reasons that we have consumer protection laws. And there are times when, due to the way that things are marketed, I will tell you, prior to coming to NAMI, New Hampshire, I was the health policy coordinator at New Futures for 5 years. And I don't know how many conversations I had with individuals who have no idea how their health plans work, whether they're employer-sponsored plans, self-insured plans. So, I think that there are times that products are very, very confusing, and it's really difficult to educate yourself about what you're getting. And, young people think that they're not going to get sick. They think they're healthy. And so I would just say that, part of this committee's job is to also look at protecting those folks too.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. I believe that I heard from one of the previous speakers that there either are that no companies or only one company that provides short-term policies. So what's the situation for the folks that you're talking about right now when there's only one? Well, it's not even an option because you have to have more than one to have an option. When you only got one, and how would this bill be any worse than the situation that exists right now?
Thank you for the question. There is only one right now, but as you heard, the reason there's only one right now is because New Hampshire has tight restrictions on these policies. You lift those restrictions and you could have numerous companies coming into the state. And these will not be targeted just at that 5% of individuals who do not currently have insurance. There is nothing in this bill that says, if you are below 400% of the federal poverty level and therefore are covered, have the ability to get subsidies on the ACA plan, you can't get a short-term plan instead. There's nothing that's in there that says that. There's nothing in there that says if you were afforded, health care under your employer, that, and a lot of employers do allow you to turn down their insurance, that wouldn't say that, you know, you can't turn down that coverage and get one of these plans and get a stipend from your employer. So again, I mean, if you're only looking at that 5% versus nothing versus this, that's one thing, but that's not what you're looking at. You're looking at 100% of New Hampshire residents being able to buy one of those plans.
Good.
Further question, you may inquire.
So how, given that I believe that one of the states that was cited was Florida with 7 providers under their law, I don't know whether you're familiar with the situation in Florida, I guess I'm asking that, or another state where there are multiple carriers that are in the market. With respect to the concerns that you're raising for the particular group of people with the mental health issues, are they worse off or better off with those types of policies than the existing situation in New Hampshire? Or are you saying that the existing state of affairs here in New Hampshire is actually better for folks with mental health issues, and that under this bill, or in other states that have options, that those folks are worse off?
I don't have any information about other states, but, you know, knowing that these plans a lot of times don't even cover the services that those folks would need, they would be paying a monthly premium, and I believe that it was cited that they're around $200 a month. So if you're paying, you know, $200 a month for something that you can't even use, I would say that you're in a worse position.
So excuse me, just one final. So are you suggesting that we'd be going from good to bad for your folks, or bad to worse?
I don't know the answer to that question.
So you don't know whether this bill, you've spoken against the bill.
Yes.
So is it worse?
It's absolutely going to be worse. I mean, I don't know that we're good. That's the caveat
Well, is
that
it
I don't
bad
know.
to worse? Bad currently, and it'll be worse under this bill, or it's good and it's going to be drastically worse?
I don't, Representative, I don't have the numbers of how many individuals with mental illness, young folks currently are uninsured, but I can certainly try to find that out, uninsured in New Hampshire for you, if that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Jake Berry from New Futures.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Vice President of Policy at New Futures. As many of you know, New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been working for a number of years to increase access to quality, affordable health care in this state. I don't want to repeat too much of what has been said already this morning, but I do want to emphasize New Futures' strong opposition to this bill. The federal protections that have been spoken about repeatedly that were put in place by the Affordable Care Act, they're a real thing. They have really gone far to increase access to mental health, as Holly just mentioned, to substance use treatment, to the other essential health benefits, including emergency care, maternity care, childbirth care, so on and so forth. Under this bill, short-term health plans aren't required to cover any of this, as you have heard. And in fact, many of them do not. A 2018 study that I was looking at from the Kaiser Family Foundation found that 43% of short-term health plans across the country cover mental health, do not cover mental health. 62% do not cover substance use treatment, and not a single plan covered maternity care. I will note that these are some benefits that are most essential to the, or that are supremely essential to the younger population that was mentioned earlier as a particular target for these plans. So essentially, these plans have lesser coverage. They lead to higher out-of-pocket costs for consumers. decreased access to care for consumers, greater uncompensated care, which, as we've seen in year past, leads to higher health care all across the spectrum, and generally lead to poorer health outcomes. I would say that unlike our current plans, these plans are not only not comprehensive, in many cases they're predatory. And so I would strongly urge you to oppose this bill, vote this bill ITL. And I'm happy to take questions.
Predatory. Why are they predatory?
It's it's a strong word, I should say, but I think that they, many of them, again, you know, we've talked about their marketing practices and their sort of lack of transparency around the benefits that they provide. I think that they charge, you know, monthly premiums to people, knowing that these people are not aware of the benefits that they will or will not be receiving.
Okay. We do have a question, Representative McAleer.
Are you familiar with a company called Combined?
I'm not, no, sir.
You're not, okay, thank you.
Sure.
Great, thank you very much. Got one more card left. Nancy Vaughn. American Heart Association. In opposition to the bill.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. For the record, I am Nancy Vaughn, Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association in New Hampshire. And the American Heart Association is the nation's oldest and largest voluntary organization dedicated to improving the cardiovascular health of all Americans. And we've worked diligently for many years to support and advance strong public health policies, in addition to providing critical tools and information to healthcare providers, patients, and families to treat heart disease and stroke. The American Heart Association appreciates this opportunity to be able to offer comments in opposition to House Bill 1028, primarily around our concerns on the lack of consumer protections. Short-term limited duration plans are originally meant to be coverage for gaps such as in between jobs or young adults coming off their parents' insurance plan, but only for those individuals who do not have pre-existing conditions. Short-term plans, as others have said, do not provide the same coverage that people have come to expect with traditional health insurance. And if these plans are allowed to be sold in New Hampshire for longer time periods with unlimited renewals, an individual's health status could change and they could end up facing considerable financial risk from unexpected illness and the cost of healthcare services that would not be covered by the plan. While short-term limited duration plans can offer cheaper premiums for consumers, they are not required to adhere to important standards, including coverage of state-mandated health benefits, age and gender rating, prohibitions on discriminating against people with pre-existing conditions, the annual out-of-pocket maximums, nor the prohibitions on annual and lifetime coverage limits. Limiting the duration and renewability of short-term plans, as the state currently does, allows a market for the product, but only as a temporary coverage options. Limits on short-term plans can also make it more obvious to consumers shopping for coverage that these are a different type of insurance product intended only for temporary coverage. Thank you for your consideration of the American Heart Association's comments, and I urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on this bill.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, having no more cards, the blue sheets, I've got Paula Rogers and Peter Bragdon are Anthem and Harvard Pilgrim in opposition. And on the overnight postings, we have 7 support and 12 opposed. And with that, I will close the public hearing on 1028. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. Representative Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Commerce. I'm Betty Gay, and I represent Salem. I'm very concerned about people who got bad reactions to vaccines. Even though they're in the small percentage, if it happens to them, it's 100%. And if you're interested, if you haven't seen it, C19vaxreactions, plural.com is a place that you can read about these very wide, very different kind of responses that some people's bodies have done. And I was horrified to find out that if you get a reaction to a treatment, like a vaccine is a treatment, if you get a bad reaction to one that does not have full-fledged FDA approval, and so far, excuse me, all vaccines except for one that we don't even have were released under emergency authorization. So under current law, if you have any kind of treatment that is not 100% covered by FDA, your insurance company is not obligated to cover the treatment for that. So I thought it was going to be just really simple, and unfortunately, to me, this bill has almost like a double negative in it. But
It got scrambled by legislative services.
Yes. So
let's just stick to what your intent is, and don't worry about the wording. We'll
you
figure that out for you.
Thank you. You can fix it. And then right now there's a glitch. There's a bug in the RSA lookup on our website. But they're working on it. Okay, so if you can see on the bill, the coverage, the old words are coverage for experimental or investigational drugs, or really it's in the list of what is not covered by insurance. So they modified it to add, besides experimental or investigational drugs, vaccines, devices, medications, or the reactions to them. The important thing is, or the reactions to them, if they're not approved by the FDA. But what it's saying, that has been, unless they're authorized by emergency use. So that just adds in that it's emergency authorization would cover those reactions too. And so apparently it was in two different RSAs, so it's almost the same wording in both.
Great.
So hopefully this is the simplest bill you have to look at today.
Right. So simply that if you did have an adverse effect, you don't want the insurance companies to not cover it simply because it was not officially approved. It will be. It's interesting because it's the first paragraph in the off-label prescription, and I was around when we passed that statute, which was that if you were using a medication for something that it was not originally designed for, so.
And you had a bad reaction.
And you had, well, in that case, it would be covered. The insurance companies would still cover it. So all you want to do is make sure insurance companies cover you regardless. It had to be had to have the emergency use approved by the FDA. If it did, then you want whatever the symptoms be covered by the insurance company.
Thank you for your wording.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, everybody got it.
Thank you.
Okay, also, I believe is a co-sponsor, J.J. Bernardi. Good morning, J.D.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt. Good morning, Commerce Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to support this legislation. I'm J.D. Bernardi, Rockingham, 16, Southampton, Kensington, and East Kingston. I support this legislation because there's been a very strong push for folks to use the COVID vaccines, yet they were approved with emergency use authorizations only. And until late fall, Pfizer finally got full approval, but only for adults. And last week, Moderna's vaccine got approval, again, only for adults. So emergency use authorization still stands for children and younger adults. And if you look at the VAERS database, that's the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, the number of adverse events for these vaccines are substantially higher than traditional vaccines. So young men are experiencing myocarditis, young women are experiencing fertility problems, and yet because of the way the insurance rules are written, emergency use authorization products are not covered by their insurance. And so what we want to do is change that circumstance.
Good. Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like you to cite the information regarding women having problems with fertility and men with myocarditis.
It's in the VAERS database, V-A-E-R-S, federal database. You can check those numbers. I didn't bring those numbers with me today.
Thank you.
Well, let's just take infertility, since we now have that mandate in New Hampshire. Is there any reported where an insurance company would not cover the infertility coverage because they said it was due to this a vaccine? I mean,
I can't give you any particular citation. I'm aware of the fact that the database is suggesting that
there was a potential bad outcome.
That there's a potential for ovary accumulation of the vaccine causing infertility problems.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions? Representative Johnson.
So the Department of Defense maintains its own vaccine database, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And this is a more robust, in-depth collection of data?
More robust in that the only people that can enter data into the DoD database are physicians, as opposed to the VAERS database. You can have public entry of data.
Correct. According to the DoD's database, there has been 1,000% increase in neurological issues, and 300% increase in miscarriages and several other reactions post-vaccine. So my question is, are all these data points just anti-vax fairy tales, or, are these real numbers that they're showing in this data?
They're real numbers in the DoD database, and just to add to that, this database was put together, it's been going for several years. So you look at the 2020 numbers when the COVID, prior to COVID, then you can look at 2021 when we had COVID here, but no vaccines available, and then you can look at the current data, and you see what you're suggesting is, or what the database is saying, is that clearly there has been a serious increase in the number of a broad spectrum of adverse events associated with the vaccine. That's the only real change in what's going on with these young folks in the military. It's a young, healthy population. Why are we seeing this tremendous change? And the medical opinion is it's being driven by the vaccine.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much for your, Representative Burrows.
Thank you for taking my question. Can you cite any studies done by credible agencies to support the correlation between the vaccines and these incidents and problems?
I would suggest that the DoD database is the best study that you have. You have young, healthy folks in the military, and they're being followed their entire military career, and that is the best data that we have on this right now.
Follow up?
Further question, you may inquire.
So again, in the database, are there just numbers? Let's say, what does the database tell you? Does it tell you that there are 3,000 women with fertility problems after having the vaccine?
It gives you an incidence rates of various conditions. They may not be called adverse events. I mean, you heard Representative Johnson say, all right, neurological problems, okay? So what you see is a increase in all these different areas of medical problems, and then you have to say, what caused this? What changed from last year and the year before? What is different that we haven't had before? Now, maybe there's another medical explanation, but the only credible explanation that's been posited to date is these are effects of the vaccine.
Quick follow-up?
Okay.
Just real quick. You know, would you believe that I think that more data to find out where these numbers are coming from would be really important before we decide that there is a cause and effect kind of thing with the vaccine. I think we're making assumptions.
More data is always helpful.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, you would take another question, Representative Bealham?
Yeah, I'm just looking on the VAERS website, and are you familiar with this paragraph which begins with, but with newfound attention on VAERS, this crucial public health system, which anyone can access, is ripe for abuse, misuse, and plain misunderstanding. Have you read that on that website?
Yes, that's why I made the comment that the distinction between the VAERS database and the DoD database is the VAERS database, you do not have to be a physician to have filed the adverse event claim. And hence that causes that statement to be part of the public notice with respect to that database. Whereas the DoD database that Representative Johnson has brought to our attention is only managed by physicians in the military, and therefore does not contain that same disclaimer.
Yeah, so actually, Representative Greason just reminded that he sent out an email to all of us, which had a video clip, and he told us to watch part of it at the 4-hour mark, which I did do, which it directly addresses this information from the Department of Defense. So you can learn more by watching that video.
No. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Representative Terry.
And is it not also true that the VAERS database would capture potentially reports from the entire population of the United States, whereas the DoD universe is much smaller?
Yes.
Therefore, a figure of 82,000 and change in 2020 to 836,000 or 863,000 in 2021 is an enormous number in that smaller universe. Am I correct in that?
You are spot on.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's go. Michelle Heaton from the Insurance Department takes no position.
Hello again. I'm Michelle Heaton, the Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel from the Insurance Department. As I said before, we don't take a position on this, but we're really here for informational purposes. And when we first looked at the bill, we weren't really sure what it was trying to accomplish, but now I understand it's because of the way Legislative Services put it in, which makes a little bit more sense. But there are a couple things in here that I just wanted to clarify. Experimental investigational drugs are it's a different process and different classification than emergency use drugs, so I just wanted to point that out. Also, I don't think that this amendment is even necessary. Under essential health benefits, insurers would have to cover any medically necessary treatment, whether that came from receiving an experimental vaccine or treatment or not. So I don't think that this is necessary, but if we did want to go ahead with it, I would just suggest cleaning up the language more so it's a bit clearer as to what we're trying to accomplish, so there is no ambiguity in the future. But
Right.
I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, did I see a hand? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. So I have a kind of a scenario and to find out if this is true. That say someone has a health insurance policy, they have taken this experimental shot and they die from it. Is their insurance policy is still eligible to they have to pay for that policy? Because I've been told there are people who have put the claims in for their death, they're survivors, and they were saying no because the death was contributed to the shot, and now they will not cover it because the shot is still experimental.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, because major medical coverage covers your medical expenses, and if someone were to die, you wouldn't get a death benefit from that. That would be like life insurance.
That's what I'm talking about, the life insurance.
I would have to say to you that unfortunately this bill in the amendment, the bill as we've seen, is addressing health insurance. A life insurance is a different section in the statute. So if that were true, then we would have to look at a different section of the statute to ensure that that doesn't happen. Thank you very much. I have one more caller left, and it's Paula Minahan, and she did not make it back to the committee room, and she is representing the New Hampshire Hospital Association in opposition to the bill, and she will let you know, send her written testimony. And did I just get another card? I hate that. Okay, and you signed it. You think I... Okay. So, why don't you tell us your name, because it looks like Stroganoff or something to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the
You have to push the little button so the red light goes on and talk close. You're great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Mark Stagnone. I'm a chiropractor from Londonderry. I've been in practice there for 35 years. I'm just going to take 2 minutes because I actually do have before me a study that you may find interesting in this topic. I'm not totally familiar with the language in this bill, but I'll simply share with you a study from the American Heart Association. It is abstract number 10712. And it came out in November. It is entitled mRNA COVID vaccines dramatically increase endothelial inflammation markers and ACS risk as measured by the pulse cardiac test, warning. ACS stands for acute coronary syndrome, and I will just read you the last 2 lines of this report. We conclude that the mRNA vax dramatically increase inflammation on the endothelium and T-cell infiltration of cardiac muscle and may account for the observations of increased thrombosis, cardiomyopathy, and other events following vaccination. Now, one side note to this study. 3 weeks later, I went to share it with my colleague, Representative Lundgren, and the title was changed. And the paragraph I just read to you was changed and modified, and all of the language was subdued. The results were the same, and the risk factor for an acute coronary syndrome went from 11% to 25% in a test population that they had followed for 8 years, 566 patients that were in this ongoing study where they met with them every 3 to 6 months. They did all the lab work to measure their risk of a cardiac event. And then when they started getting their shots, they continued the program, and these were the observations they made as the individuals came in post-vaccination. Obviously, there's more study on their behalf to do, but given what I was hearing, I thought you might be interested in this conversation.
So not that I'm a physician, so I don't know too much about that, but cardiac's one word to me that I do know. Isn't this the reason why the Johnson & Johnson was suspended for a period of time?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not certain as to the specifics. I think
Okay.
that's possible. The interesting thing here was it's the mRNA vaccine. I think the J&J was a different vehicle
Right,
by
that's
which that one worked.
Okay. Okay. Representative Bartlett has a question.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me what that has to do with this bill that we're looking at?
Well, I'm not terribly familiar with the bill, but I heard the gentleman that was up here questioned earlier that there was the question about any solid studies or something to that effect. And I just thought this study would be one that might fit into the topic that you're discussing, and I appreciate the chairman's ability to let me come up here and share it.
Well, it's very fortuitous that you did, because now Paula Minahan is here, so she can testify. Any more questions? Okay, Representative Burrows?
So that study, was there any data to show a correlation between the participants and pre-existing heart problems?
Well, from what I read in the experience, this is why they followed these patients for the length of time that they did, is that they obviously were at some level of risk that they were trying to assess. And I can't tell you if 11 to 25% is dramatic. It's more than double. We can do that math pretty simply. I don't know how that fits into the world of cardiology. It's certainly not my specialty. I did feel that it was interesting that they felt it necessary to issue a warning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great, thank you. And now, Paula, you get the last word on this one. Oh, what did I do with it? Oh, here it is. And it is still morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, sorry I was delayed downstairs. My name is Paula Minahan, Senior Vice President, State Government Relations with the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all our hospitals. We are opposed to House Bill 1162. I did not hear the sponsor introduce the bill, and I was honestly a little confused in reading it.
So the consensus, we know what she's intended to do, which
Okay.
is simply that if it was one of these emergency vaccines, that the insurance companies would cover it.
If it was under emergency use authorization, if it
wa-
is,
If it is that situation, then the insurance companies must cover it.
Okay.
That was the intent.
okay. I don't know that this bill does that, though.
Well, the committee will have that responsibility just to unwind that situation.
Okay. So again, we were confused in reading it because it implied that the bill would prohibit insurers from excluding coverage for any vaccines, devices, or medication that has been authorized for emergency use by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. However, if you read the statute that's being amended in its entirety, this bill would in fact allow for the insurer to not cover those vaccines not approved by the FDA. And again, I think the wording is a little challenging because the FDA, if we're talking about COVID vaccines, then they're under emergency use authorization, not under, they're not considered experimental. So we do not want or believe that the insurers should, and I don't think they are, so I question the need of this bill, that we do not want them to deny vaccinations that have been approved under emergency use authorization. So that's why we do not support any limitations of insurance coverage. And again, I don't believe I believe insurance companies are covering them, so I am not worried about that. I just don't understand what we need, why we would need this bill. So I think that was our concern. So thank you.
So again, the question I would request for you from your associate members, if you could send out a bulletin and see if they have any evidence that an insurance company did not cover a symptom, a bad outcome from having to take the sort of quote-unquote experimental vaccine.
Okay, so the question is, I should check with
Did
the
any
hospital.
insurance company refuse to pay?
If there was a symptom related to
Right.
a COVID vaccine vaccination
I'm,
is.
I'm going to start on the assumption that you, of course, you covered it and took care of them because
Yes,
that
of
was
course.
that patient was there.
That's right,
So
yes.
I just want to know whether there was any that
Any
you guys
issue
had,
with
had any
insurance.
problems. Did you guys have any?
I
issue?
will research that
All right,
and get
great.
back to you. Yep,
Thank you very much. Is there any
Yep.
questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Paul. Okay, now, before I close the public hearing, I got to read my blue list. Okay, so Representative Gay, Bernardi, this is and Gowd, all in support. And from the overnight posting, we had 52 people in support and 5 opposed. And with that, now I will close the public hearing. Okay, and we're ready to dig in. The last one here.
Nope. Nope. 12:45.
You ready? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing in House Bill 1245 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Lundgren. Good morning, Representative Lundgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and fine committee for allowing us to talk on House Bill 1245. I'll be very brief because I know what it's like to be sitting there for hours on end. Basically, this bill has to do with reduction of copays for chiropractors and also reducing our from specialist to a primary care provider. The copays reduction make it much more accessible for patients.
Yeah, just mic closer. Yep.
I'm sorry.
Believe it or not, we're actually translating your words.
Oh.
So.
Well, I should speak in a foreign language.
That would not translate well.
Anyway, what we find is that patients come in primarily for pain relief, and we find that by our treatments, we're reducing costs with insurance companies due to avoiding any opioids. This bill will be no increase to insurance costs, and I just have a couple other things. 90% of the literature that I've seen showed cost savings which improve patient satisfaction, lower opioid use among patients with first-line access to chiropractors. Chiropractors are not specialists, and we'd like to be taken out of that category to make it allowable for us to reduce our copays. Our copays right now run from $40 to $60. PCP runs from, say, $10 to $20. It makes the access to our care that much easier. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. I know I have 3 other people in back of me that want to speak, so I just don't want to spend any more time.
Representative Bartlett has a question.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Hi.
You keep saying "we," so I'm wondering, are you a chiropractor?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay,
I'm
thank you so
sorry.
much, Representative.
Yeah, David Lundgren, representative. I represent Rockingham 5, Londonderry. I've been a chiropractor for 45 years. I know I don't look that old. So.
Thanks very much. It was just, I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah, and this may be a question for Chairman Hunt, and I really don't know the answer to this. Has the legislature ever been responsible for setting co-payment rates?
Well, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't know.
co-pays and deductibles.
Okay.
I would say the only chiropractic bill I remember in the past was that if the company was to cover it, they'd had to give you 12 visits a year, and much of that was a health insurance mandate that the chair generally never supports mandates. Voted against that one, and sure enough, there was in carriers that stopped covering chiropractic altogether because we passed that legislation. So that is a sign that, so there is a potential that if we were to pass this, there might be less insurance companies offering chiropractic coverage. So, Representative Bartlett.
Well, Mr. Chair, since you opened the door, may I ask if you have any carriers that will not cover chiropractic?
I haven't had any.
Thank you.
I haven't had any, but I will say that teachers, state employees that are covered and get the 12 visits a year, their co-pays run between $5 for the teachers, $10 for the state employees, whereas the general public could start at 40 and go to 60.
I would say, as you know, that those two entities are what we call self-insured ERISA plans.
Right.
Under federal law, we do not regulate them, and this bill will not affect that situation. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
No problem. Okay. Okay, Mark, Stagnell.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. My name is Mark Stagnone. I am a chiropractor also in Londonderry. I've been practicing there for 35 years. And actually for roughly about half of my career now, we've been trying to address this particular issue related to specialist copays. Over the years in some of our hearings, we've gotten into cost studies, cost shift, cost analysis, how effective are you people at, saving money. That's always been a long, convoluted discussion. I will stay away from it for this purpose of saving time for you. Our basic premise on this legislation is that we are not specialists. We do not practice like specialists. Our mode of care is totally different. We are not reimbursed even remotely similar to specialists, and therefore, when our patients arrive and we have to notify them that they have a specialist co-payment, this is a complete surprise to them because they are typically in my office. I don't even see the $40 specialist copay. It's usually $50 and up. And what happens in those instances is the patient is bearing the brunt of the entire cost of their care. And this causes some of them to not pursue care at all. Some of them have to discontinue their care prematurely. And we feel that this is harmful to the patient, that it is an unfair practice. It is implemented in a fashion, as Dr. Representative Lundgren just mentioned, you know, our patients that come in that are municipal employees, police, fire, state workers, et cetera, generally aren't influenced by this. In fact, there are thousands of policies out there that aren't affected by this particular classification. But there is enough of them that we see, particularly in view of the opioid epidemic. Now, we addressed this long before the opioid epidemic came to bear. And in February of 2014, in one of our hearings, I held up this issue of the Union Leader, which was the first major headline relative to the opioid epidemic, and said, as part of our support, this is coming. And we need to make sure that we have all the tools, which includes access to people like us that can enter into the care of these patients and keep them away from a pharmaceutically based decision for their care. Now, what happens with some of our patients that have these specialist copays is they end up going to the pharmaceutical care when they abandon their chiropractic care because they're carrying the entire brunt of their costs. And how this works is the insurance carrier goes to the employee. And those of you that are in small business know this. Every year you try to figure out what are we gonna buy this year, and you sit down and you say, well, what's it got? And they come in and they say, well, it has chiropractic. Okay, that's good. My people like that. And Mr. Chairman, there has been a huge attitude shift relative to the desirability of chiropractic as a benefit over the years. In my career, it has pleasantly blossomed. And so the employer is like, oh, that's good. Yeah, chiropractic, it's got it. And then these policies show up at our office, and we have the pleasure of notifying these patients. So while you have a specialist copay, we have been declared as a specialist under your policy. There's thousands of them that don't have it, but some of these do come in. And we have to share with the patient, now say, well, your care is not going to be covered because your copay is up here, and our MAC, which is called your maximum allowable charge, is down here, is what the insurance company sets our rate for us when we make an agreement with them. They say, we're going to pay you this much. And then the specialist copay is up here, usually by $10 or $15 separation. And so the patients face the situation where they just basically say, either they're going to foot it themselves or they bail out as far as that goes. And there've been a lot of studies now, and I have to tell you, some great research coming out of New Hampshire. They use the database that New Hampshire set up. There are researchers up at Dartmouth College and some out in Southern California that have been cranking out the research that has demonstrated. One of them, which came out in 2015, they used the database from the years 2013 and 14. They looked at 13,000 New Hampshire residents, policyholders, and they found that there was a 55% reduced likelihood that they would utilize an opioid if they had access to chiropractic care as their first line of treatment. 55%. I sat down with the governor, Representative Lundgren and I have sat with the governor and David Mara on this information. We're trying to get opioid legislation passed. It also improves access to these types of alternative, as we love that term, these alternative methods of care, but they are proving time and time again to be beneficial in this battle against the use of the opioids. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that there've even been some questions over the years as to the legality of this type of behavior as far as giving us this special designation that doesn't fit us. It's just not us. And even in one of our interactions with Mr. Brennan from the insurance company back in November of 2011 when we were working on this, he even in his correspondence with us questioned the legality of this. He he indicated to us that, you know, that these companies have the ability to set their co-payments where they want, and we agree with that. But he did say, and I quote him, "We do feel there is a potential legal issue with the co-payments exceeding what is otherwise due," and that they were going to look into it, and really nothing further took place as far as that goes. We've tried to work with them in this, but I would hope that you would consider this bill very seriously, because there are individuals out there that are not getting their proper access because of this profit-enhancing strategy that the insurance companies are using. Thank you.
Okay. There are questions? Representative Bealow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So are chiropractors considered using alternative treatments or similar to a naturopath?
I think our official classifications, we are primary portal of entry healthcare providers. We're not primary care physicians. We are primary portal in that we are accessible directly without a referral from a medical physician. That was an issue we addressed at one point years ago, Mr. Chairman, where the gatekeeper, as they were referred to, would have to give the blessing for the patient to go to the chiropractor. So I think Mr. Chairman was influential in helping us address that issue. And now we're hopeful that this part of the issue, I mean, we're just constantly fighting strategies that come around that are meant to restrict, you know, our ability. I mean, they can limit the number of visits. They limit the amount that they're going to pay us. But this part is most painful because it throws the financial responsibility on the patient.
Okay, Representative Johnson.
I have more of a would you believe that I actually have I'm very grateful for an insurance policy that gives me unlimited chiropractic, which has been beneficial because it's kept me pretty healthy over the last 10, 20 years. And my copays are pretty low because the insurance company that we have allows unlimited chiropractic for my whole family. So it is a beneficial.
Well, yeah, I mean, to me, it's much more affordable than going to a surgeon, which is what I hear people do all the time, which seems insane to me. But so I guess my question is, do you? I guess I dare to do this because I really shouldn't, but which companies are doing it? Because I'm worried that we only can affect, this legislation can only affect small group health insurance and individuals. So I'm just wondering, is Anthem and Harvard, are they part of the problem?
Well, I can share with you that Anthem was the initiator of this strategy. And actually, we tried to work directly with Anthem. The first hearing we had on this was actually over in the Senate Commerce Committee, and at the time that the chairman, he didn't want to mandate this. He thought that the marketplace might be able to help, manage this problem. It hasn't. But I will never forget, in that hearing, the chairman pointed at the representative from Anthem, and he said, "This isn't right, you need to fix it." And that's pretty much how the hearing ended. And we were optimistic, but nothing ever happened. Now what happened also, as we were back and forth communicating with them, there was a point in time in April of 2011 in our interactions with Paula Rogers from Anthem, where in her communication with Mr. James Monahan, who was our lobbyist at the time, where they actually indicated to us that they couldn't change this designation because their computer systems were multi-state, and they couldn't assure us that with any time element or anything of that nature, that they would be able to fix this anytime soon, that it was a computer system issue. And so, once again, we were left kind of, kicking the can down the road somewhat. This is why we keep coming back on this issue. It hasn't gone away. In fact, what has happened is that there have been other insurance companies that have probably noticed the effectiveness of this strategy, and we have started to see these specialist copays creep up in some other policies as well. But I would suggest to you that it began with Anthem.
Okay. Representative McAleer.
Just a quick question. If this bill passed, do you see any way that the insurance companies could do a backdoor thing to sort of offset it?
Well, I'm sure there is something, that could take place. I'm not savvy with what the possibilities that would be there. My hope is that in being here talking about this, that there's not some type of punitive result that would occur either to us as a profession or our patients if some of these strategies were to be nullified. But there are thousands of these policies out there that are working very well for them. I mean, we don't hear from the police or fire or teachers where they're saying, oh, gee, the chiropractors are running us broke. In fact, the studies that are out there demonstrate that as you increase utilization, for chiropractic utilization, you reduce costs on the medical side of that equation. We end up, and there are so many studies that we have submitted on this over the years, where other anthems, Tennessee anthem in 2010, I think it was, witnessed millions of dollars of savings when they increased their access to chiropractic. So we're not trying to burden the insurance companies with this. We really think and we truly believe that if they actually used us more, that they would see cost savings, we would see beneficial results in the opioid crisis. So many studies that are coming out of Dartmouth on this, and I'm happy to share these studies with you in whatever fashion you would ever want me to. But I would just say that I'm sure there are strategies, but I just don't know what they would be.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Okay. Chair will call on Dr. Ken Gabriel from the Hampshire Chiropractic Association in support of the bill.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'd like to apologize in advance. I'm a little nervous. I'm not a public speaker. This is very intimidating to me, and just forgive my passion, forgive my emotion as I approach this subject from a more anecdotal, personal side, having lost family members to opioid addiction, and I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room who has suffered loss from this epidemic. I want to speak in support of this bill from that perspective because I feel like this is an opportunity to make a difference. This is an opportunity for this group in this room to look at this situation and try to take a small step in the right direction in addressing the chronic pain issues in this state and in this country. I happened to watch a TV series this week called Dope Sick, and I don't know if anybody has seen it, but I suggest you look at it on Hulu. It's a very disturbing TV series based in fact about the opioid epidemic and its beginnings. And I think it rings true on an anecdotal level in my life, and I'm sure if you see this series, it may ring true in your life as well. I think we have an opportunity as a profession to get in the trenches. As Dr. Stagnone stated, we are portal of entry. What does that mean? That means we are first line of defense. When somebody hurts their back, they have a choice. And we know that there are studies out there that say if you pick up the phone and call a chiropractor, you are 47.2% less likely to go to surgery. That's a huge statistic, and I can get you that study. So who you pick up and call as the first line of defense is certainly a great way to limit the entryway into the opioid epidemic for those people. So the chiropractors, there is nobody more competent in this country to treat lower back pain. As a matter of fact, on the way in today, I had a chance to look up the top 3 reasons why people go to see a primary care physician. The first one was skin conditions. The second one was osteoarthritis. The third one was back pain. 2 out of the 3 chiropractors are ready to deal with on the first level basis. Now, that doesn't mean we don't send people for surgery if they need surgery. That doesn't mean we don't send people for pharmacological treatment if necessary, but it's a lot less likely, and it's an alternative. And now we're gaining support by many different studies that say that medical care combined with chiropractic care and alternative care and other forms of conservative therapy are really much better than medical care by itself and pharmacological intervention. So again, we're looking to work with the medical field. We're not looking to be the primary source here, but we want to do our part. We are educated to do our part. We are the best spinal manipulators in the world. People from across the world come to the United States where chiropractic was developed and studied and researched. So taking my passion and saying this is an opportunity for us to make a small step and to bring equity back to the patient and give the choice back to the patient. So it's not an economic choice. I can't afford 6 visits to the chiropractor. It's $70 copay. That's $420 I don't have is what I hear. I heard it today, this morning, seeing a patient. Doc, I know you want me to come for 6 visits. I can afford 2. It severely limits my ability to treat a patient, and it's hurting the people of New Hampshire. And I encourage you to vote for this bill for that reason. Thank you.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. By being one of these first line of defense, do you experience the access issues that we have heard about, especially with mental health care, because they require a referral and there may not be enough providers in the network taking new patients? Since you are a first line of defense where they can call you directly, is there an issue with lack of access? And then just on top of that, are you aware of the multi-billion-dollar settlement against Johnson & Johnson just this week for their involvement in the opioid crisis?
I'm not aware of the Johnson & Johnson situation, but I can assure you there are 400 practicing chiropractors in the state of New Hampshire. We have 400 licenses in the state. We do have some difficulties with the more rural areas. You know, most of us tend to be concentrated in the more populous areas. But New Hampshire's a small state. We have 400 practicing chiropractors. New Hampshire's a great state to live in, and I know that we're adding licenses every year. We add licenses. We're not losing licenses every year. We're actually adding licenses every year, which is a great positive sign for our profession and for our state in terms of access.
That's great. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We got one more card left. Michelle Heaton from the Insurance Department takes no position.
Hello again, Michelle Heaton, Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel for the Insurance Department. As you said, we don't take a position on this. We just wanted to provide some background for this bill. We do have currently under our statutes RSA 420J 6-B, self-referrals for chiropractor. This is the bill that I think has been mentioned several times that allows if chiropractic coverage is part of your insurance plan, then you're entitled to at least 12 visits without a referral. Back in 2014, we did have a bill that passed that implemented cost-sharing parity for chiropractic and PCP. As part of that bill, the department was required to do a couple studies to see how this panned out over time. So the first study was done in 2014 to kind of get a lay of the land, and then another updated one was done at the end of 2017, which is when the parity requirement sunsetted. When we looked back, Well, starting with the 2014 report, its conclusions were that, consistent with other studies, lower co-payment levels were associated with higher spending on those services. The findings suggest that there was partial substitution between chiropractic services and other medical services, although not enough to offset the system-wide cost of chiropractic care. And consistent with past studies, it was found that any use of and the amount of use of chiropractic care was associated with lower use of opioids. So that was our starting point. In 2017, the report came out in January of 2018. We looked back at what happened with this parity requirement. And generally, equalized cost sharing with primary care services occurred, but increased cost sharing for primary care. So there was parity between this, but overall the cost, the copay amounts did go up. There was no assumptions made about this relationship, though. Chiro cost sharing declined slightly and utilization increased. Lower cost sharing was associated with higher utilization of chiropractic services. And after risk adjustment, an increase in spending on chiropractic services is associated with an increase in total spending. When considering all the conditions which chiropractic care is used, there is not enough of a reduction in other services to make up for the increase in chiropractic services spending. This results in an overall increase in total spendings. And there was an association, though not statistically significant, between use of chiropractic care and lower opioid use. So like I said, in 2017, these provisions sunsetted, so currently there is no parity requirement. But I think in a lot of the testimony we've heard is the overall cost of chiropractic care and insurance coverage of that, and I don't think necessarily that this bill is going to address those issues. But I'm happy to take any questions. And also, those two reports are available on the insurance department's website if you want to read up on it and get
Yeah, do you mind
more
just
data.
sending us the link where it is so
Sure.
we can find that? So I think that would be very helpful. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. So Representative Burrows, I just remembered, we passed a limitation on insulin for diabetics. We capped the copays and deductibles at $100. I think if I'm correct. So this is 12:45. Lindsay Nadeau from Cigna is opposed, and Heidi Kroll from AHIP is also opposed. And do I have, this is 12:45, which one? The Midnight Rider. 59 people in support and nobody opposed. And with that, I will close the public hearing. So, Okay, do we have the sign-in sheet? Did anybody see the clipboard with the sign-in sheet? Did- Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. So why don't we have some opportunity for people to introduce themselves who are visiting us today? Ross, why don't you?
I'm Ross Berry. I represent the town of Litchfield and Southern Manchester, wards 8 and 9. I'm psyched to be here.
And he will be replacing Max Abramson. And yes. Representative LaFlamme.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I'm Larry LaFlamme. I'm from COOS 3, which is the city of Berlin.
Welcome to Commerce. And then we have
Hi, I'm Sherry Dutsey from Nashua, Ward 3, Hillsborough 30. And I'm sitting in for Christina Fargo.
There you go. Okay. So theoretically, we have a full house. All right. We'll go in numeric order. And the first bill I have here for the exec session is House Bill 1237, relative to cigar bars. And Representative Petusik, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves the amendment on House Bill 1237. And Christine, how many people have gotten that amendment? How many people on 1237? Yeah, so I know we had the amendment was distributed earlier today. So
428H.
428H. Okay. I think we're, just anybody who doesn't have one or would like to have one, just stick your hand up in the air. Okay, Representative Petusik, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
I move OTP on Amendment 2022-0428H, amending HB 1237. I move to order pass on Amendment 0428H, the amendment of House Bill 1237 FN.
And you are recognized to speak to your motion.
It amends the bill by replacing all FDD enacting clause, adding more tobacco products to the bill.
Right, so it moves it from the exemption to the included items for the 60% requirement. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
And just question, who was it seconded by?
Me.
Okay. All right, calling the roll. Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Representative DePalma. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Herbert.
No.
Representative Dutsey.
Mike.
Representative LaFlamme. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
No.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
15 to 3, motion passes.
Okay, Representative Petusik, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll when he's ready.
Okay, Representative, and I forgot to call you
Oh,
last time, so
yeah.
16 to 1. I'm assuming you're a yes.
16 to 3, yes.
16 to 3. All right. It's my first time doing this on paper, right? All right, Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Representative DePalma. Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Bartlett,
Yes.
Representative Abel,
No.
Representative Herbert,
No.
Representative Dutzy, Representative Laflamme,
Yes.
Representative Weston,
Yes.
Representative Bellew,
No.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
16-3.
Okay, those three, are you okay with putting this on the consent calendar? Okay. all
I'm
those-
gonna write a,
Minority report? Okay.
Minority report.
Okay, then it won't go in there. Okay. Regular calendar. All right. Next bill is 1469. Representative Greason, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass on the amendment. And
Do we have the amendment?
the amendment was distributed earlier, so
0342.
Oh, 0271?
342.
342.
H. And Representative Greason's recognized to speak to his motion.
Oh, I've got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have, we are entering a different era of discrimination. How people are potentially going to be discriminated against. It's not as clear and cut as a person's gender or their color of their skin. It's going into areas that we never would have imagined when initial discrimination laws were written. So in order to protect everyone against this type of discrimination, it's unfortunate that a bill like House Bill 1469 would even need to be written. It protects everyone, regardless of your political philosophy, regardless of other things that, again, are being or will be as they are becoming more aware of the types of discrimination. So this is truly an anti-discrimination bill. And so just trying to protect businesses, protect consumers, and individual people alike from this type of discrimination. Thank you.
Question?
Representative Bartlett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So my question would be then, if an abortion clinic came for funding, then there would be no discrimination regarding that occupancy. Is that correct?
If an abortion clinic goes to a bank and wants to open an account, conduct its transactions, they cannot discriminate against that based on that political philosophy.
So that would be for any loans, and doing any business?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion of ought to pass on the amendment? Yes, Representative Beal.
Could you remind me, or remind the committee and the people in the audience, how many people signed in or opposed? Do you have the blue sheet there in the folder?
I'm not sure we have the blue sheet here, no, the folder. No, we don't actually have the folder here, sorry.
It would be
We
interesting
don't
to
have any information on it.
Well, in terms of the amendment or in terms of the original bill?
Either one.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, we don't have the folder that,
Because I think the general public needs to know how many people signed in or for or opposed this bill, to this bill.
Okay,
Because we are representing constituents.
Sorry, that's
No, no.
anecdotal. We don't have the.
the question is, when we had the public hearing, who signed in on the blue sheet for and against it? Do you really want to recess and get that number? Is that really that important?
Well, I think it makes a difference.
Really?
I mean, really? Okay,
Really?
so if there's 50 people opposed and 5 that are for the bill, and we pass the bill, what does that say about the constituents that we're representing?
So, my experience with people signing in, that there have been some lobbyist efforts to, get people to send in and, get online and do that. So, I mean, I respect anybody's opinion in doing it, but at the end of the day, we vote on what we think is the right for New Hampshire. I would never say that I've suddenly decided that way I feel about a bill is certainly wrong suddenly because I got hundreds and hundreds of emails telling people for me to vote against something that I think is a good idea. So I'm not sure I would ever do that. But if you really want to recess, are you going to ask this for every bill?
No, I just wanted to pose a question because I think it is important.
Okay.
And I think if this, Mr. Chair, if this is the only bill that we don't have that information for, I really do think we should have it.
Okay. Well, we're in recess, and we'll go get the phone.
It doesn't matter who calls or signs in opposing it, it doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
I have the file in front of me on the people who log in the night before. I have 89 in support and 4 opposed. Oh, so you like that example when I gave that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I was tracking the emails.
Okay. All right, any more discussion on them? We're out of recess, officially we're out of recess. Any more discussion on the motion of ought to pass on the amendment? Right? Have we done the amendment yet? No, we haven't done the amendment. Is there any more discussion on the motion of ought to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Okay, I have moved by Greason, seconded by Hunt on Amendment 342H. Calling the roll. Representative Patusek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Yes. Representative DePalma. Yes. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Yes. Representative Bartlett.
No.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Herbert. No. Representative Dutsey.
No.
Representative Laflamme.
No.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Bellew. Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McAleer.
No.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
10-9.
Okay, the motion passes 10-9. Representative Greason, seconded by Representative Patusek, moves ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll when he's ready.
Okay, Representative Patusek, also pass as amended.
As amended.
Representative Patusek. Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Yes. Representative DePalma. Yes. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
No.
Representative Abel.
No.
Representative Herbert. No. Representative Dutsey.
No.
Representative Laflamme.
No.
Representative Weston.
No.
Representative Bellew.
No.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McAleer.
No.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
10-9.
All right, the motion passes. We will leave that on the regular calendar,
I'll do the minority report, Mr. Chair.
and there would be a minority report. Okay, next up, House Bill 1502. Representative Ammon, second by Representative Patusek, moves interim study. Any discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll when he's ready.
Okay, interim study on 1502. Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Representative DePalma. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert. Representative Dutzy.
Yes.
Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
20-0. Oh, what did I do wrong here? 19-0.
19-0.
Right. Adding members to the committee.
I counted
Okay.
Ross Berry twice, I think.
Okay. All right, the motion passes 19-0. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay. Just so, I know on your sheets, it might say House Bill 1503. We will not be executing that bill today. Next up is House Bill 1504, relative to special purpose depository institutions. Representative Ammon, seconded by Representative Petusik, moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1504. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on House Bill inexpedient to legislate on 1504.
Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Representative DePalma. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert. Representative Dutzy.
Yes.
Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
19-0.
All those in favor of placing 1504 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Next up, House Bill 1523. Representative Johnson, seconded by Representative Petusik, moves inexpedient to legislate on establishing a New Hampshire Child Care Fund. Representative Johnson is recognized to speak to our motion.
Excuse me. I believe we have a bill over in the Senate that will help change all this.
There is another bill that is a study committee on the issue.
Right, so this bill is not needed.
Any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Petusik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yep.
Representative Ham. Representative DePalma. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert. Representative Van Houten.
No, she's not here today. She's-
Oh, jeez.
She-
Substitutes here.
Who is the, which substitute?
Representative Dutzy
Yes.
and Representative Laflamme. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
19-0.
Okay, the vote passes at 19-0. All those in favor of putting on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, House Bill 1589, prohibiting the sale of products containing intentionally added PFAS. Representative Johnson, seconded by Representative Petusik, moves interim study. Is there any discussion on the motion of interim study? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Patusek?
Yes.
Representative Osborne? Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson?
Yes.
Barry, Representative Ham? Representative DePalma? Representative Greason?
Yes.
Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative Terry? Representative Bartlett?
Yes.
Representative Abel?
Yes.
Representative Herbert? Representative Dutzy?
Yes.
Representative Laflamme? Representative Weston?
Yes.
Representative Bellew?
Yes.
Representative Burrows? Representative McAleer?
Yes.
And Representative Hunt?
Yes.
19-0.
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. And, okay, House Bill 1591, eliminating the Enforcement Division of the Liquor Commission. Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Patusek, moves interim study. And obviously, this is a big bear of an issue, and we just want to spend some time to review it properly and before we make proper judgment of what we think the Finance Committee's concerns are being addressed. With that, no more discussion. The clerk will call the roll on interim study.
Representative Patusek?
Yes.
Representative Osborne? Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Barry?
Yes.
Representative Ham? Representative DePalma? Representative Greason?
Yes.
Representative Johnson?
Yes.
Representative Terry? Representative Bartlett?
Yes.
Representative Abel?
Yes.
Representative Herbert? Representative Dutzy?
Yes.
Representative Laflamme? Representative Weston?
Yes.
Representative Bellew?
Yes.
Representative Burrows? Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Hunt?
Yes.
19-0.
All those in favor of placing 1591 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. And last but not least, House Bill 1622, relative to mental health parity. And we have an amendment for it. And this amendment number is 450. It's coming around. Yeah, I told her to hold on to them so we don't lose them, so we want to make sure all the committee members get copies before.
Indeed, I found one that was incorrect. I had copies made and read it.
Right. So Representative Bartlett, did you get a copy yet? No, okay, so you're getting yours now, okay. Well, good, because
Thank you.
Representative Bartlett, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves on to pass on the amendment that she is now about to read.
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Do you want me to?
Yeah, why don't you speak to
Okay.
what's, it's the
This
two
was really,
paragraphs.
I think I'm very encouraged that we were able to work this through. There were a number of people involved, the carriers were involved, and we're hoping that this will encourage the providers to pay at a reasonable level, as well as open up the market for accessibility for mental health providers that that we need their help. So hopefully this amendment does it.
It's helpful. So you want to describe what the two paragraphs do, or?
Sure, let's see, the first, I'm reading all my different notes. Currently required by federal law to include current list of providers accepting patients. So the bill, this amendment replaces all of the bill from the original bill. Managed care law, provider contract standards, inserting every contract entered into after September 1st of 2022 between the health carrier and any healthcare provider shall contain a provision that requires the healthcare provider to notify the carrier when the healthcare provider is no longer accepting new patients. This still puts the onus on the provider having to tell the carrier. And then coverage for certain biologically based mental illnesses, notwithstanding any other provision. Each insurer that issues or renews any policy of accident or health, and each nonprofit health, blah, 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 providing disease benefits for disease or sickness in the state of New Hampshire shall provide benefits for treatment and diagnosis of certain biologically based mental illnesses under access standards established in RSA 420J:7 and under terms and conditions which are no less extensive than the coverage provided for any other type of health care for physical illness. So that's where the mental health parity comes in.
Great. Any more discussion on the motion of, on to pass on the amendment for 1622? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
And I have moved by Bartlett, seconded by Hunt.
Correct.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Representative DePalma. Representative Greason. Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert. Representative Dutzy.
Yes.
Representative Laflamme. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
19-0.
Okay. Representative Bartlett, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves on to pass on House Bill 1622. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll when he's ready.
Representative Petusic.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Ham. Representative DePalma. Representative Greason.
Yes.
Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Abel.
Yes.
Representative Herbert. Representative Dutzy.
Yes.
Representative Laflamme. Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
19-0.
Okay. All those in favor of placing House Bill 1622 on the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? So moved unanimously, and we're out of executive session.
Mr. Chair, did you, Mr. Chair?
Who says we can't get it done in 45 minutes?
Yeah, you did it. Do you want me to do the report for the consent calendar?
The schedule.
Thank you. Now you got a little taste of what I do here. I run a very tight ship.
Are you serious? Are you serious? All right.
No, these are done.
we'll open up the public hearing on 1501 and hear from the former member of the Commerce Committee, Representative Macbeth. What a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. It really is a pleasure to be here. Am I doing it right?
Press the button.
You got to press the button.
Press it.
Go red.
And we're told it's completely opposite of what is in the court system.
That's what I was going to, yes. Yes.
So for all you
Yes.
lawyers who are trial lawyers, this is opposite.
It's completely different.
So you see the green light, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, that's okay. So anyway, thank you. And so I'm Becky Macbeth. I was a member of this committee for 6 wonderful years. I'm now on judiciary. But I have to say, I used to always wonder when members would come in and say, you know, I used to be here and I didn't recognize them. I kind of felt sorry for them. And then I also wondered if they were still doing quite as much work as we were. So I want to tell you that I am doing quite a bit of work, but maybe not as much. So I'm here today to introduce a bill that I think was heard all 3 sessions that I sat on this committee. It's HB 1501 FN. And I'm going to try to say this right. It's regarding insurance coverage for pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders. And you probably have heard the acronym PANDAS or PANS. I really don't. That is what this is referring to, or that. But I think that acronym is kind of getting misused. We're finding out more about these neuropsychiatric autoimmune disorders, and but about 3 years ago, this committee had heard testimony from citizens in New Hampshire that were having trouble getting insurance companies when their family members had been diagnosed with this coverage from this treatment called, it's IVIG, but it's intravenous immunoglobulin therapy, and I'm so embarrassed that I can't say those. I should, but that therapy, I can't really scientifically describe it to you, but it's a lot what the therapy that you get when you've been exposed to rabies. It's a blood product, a byproduct of other people's blood, and you know, they, depending on your height and weight and what your symptoms are, it's got other things mixed in it. But it's a very expensive treatment, and some of the citizens felt like they weren't getting that approved by insurance companies. So about 3 years ago, the committee added into the legislation that it would be covered by New Hampshire health insurers, and that treatment specifically would be offered or approved if it was recommended by the provider. So I'm here now because the sunset's coming up in 24, and so I don't want to feel like I'm reneging on my deal, because I think there was concern at the time that we passed that there might be a run on insurance companies, that there would be a huge demand for this, or that maybe it wasn't going to be an effective treatment. I'm not really sure all the reasons, but I think none of that has panned out, and I think that you're going to hear from the insurers themselves or their representatives, but I think this has been an effective tool for citizens to use. People have been getting treatment, and I don't think it's been, overused by providers, as well as, during this COVID time, people have put off some of their treatment. So there was another issue that I asked for an extension of that. So this is kind of a permanent extension, but, we can hear that out. And I saw that I think the chairman has scheduled it for a subcommittee hearing next week.
Amazing how quickly that happens.
All right, so thank you very much. I will take questions, but I think probably people behind me might have better responses for those.
I guess you're off the hook. Oh,
I'm confused.
Representative Johnson has her hand up first.
Thank you for taking my question. I was in another committee, and a similar issue was brought up. But what they did was they took a 3,000-foot view and included, other disorders and stuff. Could this be maybe amended to include some other disorders and/or treatments that we might see the same thing happening? So we're not just targeting one, but we're expanding it to other pieces that may be falling into these cracks also?
That would be a question, I think, for the committee to look into. PANDAS itself is a broad spectrum of conditions and symptoms, and it's still, you know, very, I think, malleable as far as how it's going to be defined. I think if you're talking about some of those, or if you're just talking about other issues that, you know, or diagnoses or that people are having trouble getting coverage for, I wouldn't comment on that.
Representative Bartlett, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, you're, Representative Macbeth, we're glad to have you back. We know we worked hard on this for 2 terms, I think it was, before we got this through. So all you're asking is that the sunset clause be repealed? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. It's very short, and it's actually, we put in 2 phrases, but it's just the last phrase, recognizing the PANDAS disorders as a, you know, diagnostic, I don't know what it would be, a diagnostic code, or I don't know if there's a code or not, but that would stay. It's just this IG treatment that we like to extend.
Can I follow up?
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. So, we had this last year, didn't we? Because I think we had the insurance department come in and say that it's been really tough to code this, because it is such an unusual condition. Should I just wait and ask Tyler?
I think, actually, Townie Manful, who's here, might have some, and I know that Tyler's here to give a history, but I'm glad that you mentioned that as well, because one of the reasons why I'd like to extend the deadline is because I had filed a bill before about trying to collect data. It's been really hard to collect data. I didn't realize how hard it was, or how much time, probably too much time than we want as legislators for the Department of Insurance to put in on it. So what the trade-off for that is, since we can't get the data, to let it go longer, so maybe that data will trickle down, or you know, we can get something that's more, you know, usable to educate the legislators about it. You know, is this working, and do we want to keep it? So.
Yeah, read the fiscal note, the little paragraph there. It's helpful to get the history. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And 1 card, Tyler. He's back. We missed you, Tyler.
Thanks. Good. So Tyler Brennan, Life and Health Director with the New Hampshire Insurance Department. We do not have a position on the bill, and agree it is about repealing the sunset date. This is a little bit of an unusual mandate. So when insurance coverage is provided, it's provided on the basis of scope of services. So think hospital services, think ambulance services, think surgery, think laboratory. If a carrier were to decide, well, we're not going to cover care for diabetics, and we're not going to cover care for people with a particular mental health condition, we would consider that discriminatory, and that would be a prohibited practice. What's unusual about PANDAS is that there's some disagreement in the medical community about the condition and how it should be best treated. So typically, if there is a determination by an insurance carrier that treatment is not medically necessary for the condition, there's kind of an appeals process, including an external appeals process that would go to clinicians, and they would decide whether or not treatment is medically necessary. I think the reason that this mandate passed in the way it did is because there wasn't enough confidence in that appeals process to get to a place where coverage would be provided consistently. Because it's a condition that's a little less specific, a little bit more vague within the medical community, the diagnosis code, in other words, the code that gets submitted on the claim form describing the condition that somebody has, is actually a general code. It's described as other specified disorders involving the immune mechanism, not elsewhere classified. One of the questions we had about a year ago was, well, how many patients are showing up in insurers' coverage? How many patients are showing up in the claims data that we have collected in an anonymous way? And how much are those patients costing? Well, we all agreed that this code is probably not going to be the best. It may bring in other patients, but let's explore, let's figure out whether or not it's at all reliable, and whether or not there was an increase in the number of people who were covered after the legislation passed, including the mandate. And we did the analysis, and we quickly determined the code was not going to be reliable. There were a lot of adults under that diagnosis code, so really just a lot of false positives. The legislation that was considered about a year ago actually would look at kind of a reporting requirement for insurance companies to report to the insurance department because they're going to be in the same place, the same problem. They're not going to be able to identify it in the claims data. They would have to do something like prior authorization or some sort of case management to identify the patients, keep track of the information, report the costs to us. So any type of retrospective reporting really wouldn't work very well. You'd have to kind of set it up prospectively. And that ended up sort of not actually moving forward. So the place we are today is again, I mean, kind of evaluating on a long-term basis whether or not a mandate that is targeting a specific condition is something that you want to do. And I think actually the question that was raised is a good one, because once you start to go down that road of trying to identify all the conditions you expect insurance to coverage, that potentially raises questions about, well, what if anything that's not included? I mean, we've always looked at it from anything that's excluded as discriminatory, but if you came up with a robust enough list, it's kind of like, well, wait a minute, how are we going about this? So that's a kind of a word of caution. And to the extent that the condition, the treatment evolve over time, it's rare our statutes keep up with those changes. So it's just sort of another area of caution. I mean, typically if you want kind of a mandate, scope of services work pretty well, but again, if they're too specific, the practice of medicine can change and you may need to adjust it. That being said, this is clearly a very emotional subject for a lot of people, and there appears to have been problems with people getting coverage and treatment for it. We heard that during testimony over the years. The insurance department has not received complaints about coverage on it. The only thing I'm aware of is we heard from a physician at one of the hospitals, Dartmouth, who was raising questions about whether or not MCOs were covering it. And we had to explain that no, the mandate requirement is for commercial insurance. It wouldn't apply to the Medicaid MCOs. So that's I guess that's as much as I can offer you in terms of insight. Happy to take any questions, though.
Would there been any way to improve the language, or because I think I'm sure this sunset was put in for a reason, to say that if we don't really get viable information, then it's probably best just let it go. So how, do you feel any way we can make this work better, or should we just let it sunset?
That's certainly a policy decision. I haven't heard any complaints about the way it's described in terms of coverage. And again, because we haven't received complaints about people not getting coverage or it being interpreted in a way that's not beneficial, I'm not sure I could offer improvements. I think that it is a policy decision whether or not you want to keep this on the books indefinitely, or maintain a sunset date that may be more sensitive to changes over time, or different feelings about including specific conditions and treatment in statute.
Okay. Representative Bartlett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering, there was only one pink card? Because I'd sure like to hear from the insurance carriers about whether they've been covering this. Expensive. I'd love to hear from Anthem or Harvard Pilgrim or Travelers, if you're actually covering this, because it must come out in your reports.
So I can tell you that the diagnosis code that they would use when these patients are being treated that is being submitted by providers, and it is being paid for by insurance companies. I can't tell, because adults are in there, how many of those patients are for pandas.
Right.
Yeah.
But can you tell whether they're doing it because we passed the statute, or they would have been covering it anyways?
So there aren't a lot of patients in general. There did not appear to be an increase after the legislation passed. Okay. So it's possible that it would have been a reduction had the legislation not passed, but there's no way we could figure
Didn't
that
look
out.
like any change. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paula, do you want to weigh in? Did you sign the blue sheet on this at all, or? Okay.
So I guess from the Anthem point of view, we're well aware of pandas. We were part of the discussion with Representative Macbeth and a number of families that were here and testified before the committee. And the provision has been in place now
So
for
Paula,
some...
you might get a little closer to your mic so our word OCR can pick you up.
Okay. So the provision's been in place for some time. I think beyond the data challenges that Tyler Brannon pointed out, one good place to look would be to internally in each insurer go to your people that handle customer service and complaints and appeals and grievances and ask them whether they've had anything at all that would point out that pandas has become an issue, i.e. that parents are not seeing that an insurance company is responding appropriately. We have no knowledge of such complaint. And one thing I think will give you maybe a little bit of pause is the fact that the treatments for this condition are somewhat in dispute. So I think all physicians, pediatricians mostly, or behavioral health specialists in collaborative care with a pediatrician, seeing a child in some distress, may not be able to come to a PANDAS diagnosis or may come to one. But if they come to one and they go to a practitioner, a pediatrician, they're apt to get a number of treatments before IVIG, the immunoglobulin treatment that Representative Macbeth referred to. That is really the purpose of this mandate in New Hampshire, is to make that treatment available. And when that was proposed, I can't remember exactly who testified, but I know Anthem was reluctant to have that put into statute because there was clinical disagreement out in the ether amongst those people that debate about these things as to whether IVIG was indeed a good or appropriate treatment. I remember giving testimony about, I think it was the American Academy of Pediatricians, had looked at that issue and had wanted to back away from an initial embrace of IVIG. There was one other treatment, it was called apheresis, A-P-H-E-R-S-I-S, I think. And that is where the individual's blood would actually be sent through some sort of a cleansing mechanism, which was another treatment which was more as you know, it's sort of a substantial treatment as IVIG is. My guess is that there aren't many pediatricians that are going to come up with a patient that has an advanced situation that would even give them the thought of IVIG, because they would go through protocols around antibiotic treatment, steroids treatment, maybe behavioral modification and behavioral modification training with a child who's evidencing, you know, psychiatric and behavioral mechanisms that are alarming. So I just, you know, I'm not so sure the demand is out there in New Hampshire, but if it's been out there, we at Anthem are not aware that we have denied it, and we certainly wouldn't. It's under state law. If a physician says that's the treatment they want, then that's the treatment they're going to get in New Hampshire. And so that's where it is now. And again, as Tyler said, there's a puzzlement. And as Representative McBeath said, there's this continuing concern about this challenging issue. And as you said, Representative Hunt, there are many families that are very distressed about the fact that their child may have this condition, which doesn't have any easy answers. But Anthem is neutral on this. That's what I would like to say.
Okay, great, thank you. I do have another card, William Manful. In support of the bill.
Thank you. I'm here really on behalf of our family. Some of you may recognize me from the original SB 224, but we lost our daughter, Alexandra, at 26 years old, to complications related to pandas. And we feel as parents that had we known more about this condition, and more importantly, had the medical community had known more, we probably would still have our daughter. Since then, my wife and I have been very actively trying to promote awareness of pandas, education, and even supported research. But as was discussed here, there's still some unknowns that we're trying to get answers to, but one of the things we do know is that some of the treatments are working for those more serious cases, and IVIG is one of those treatments that does work if you're a patient and you reach a chronic stage. So I'm really here to say I think I'm in support of removing the sunset clause, and I think there's a couple of developments that may help in this decision. One is, as was alluded to, the coding of pandas made it very hard to actually look at data and have an informed decision about how well is a bill working. I can tell you anecdotally, in talking to other parents, it has made a difference. If you have a child with pandas in New Hampshire with a New Hampshire insurance company, it has made a difference, and that's a positive. The challenge with the coding is that until recently, there was no specific code for pandas. What recently has happened is the ICD codes, starting in October, were made available for pandas, and I believe in approximately 5 years, ICD 12 will have a specific code for pandas. But as of today, physicians can submit a diagnosis under ICD 8989, which will help us in gathering data in terms of how effective and quantify what the problem is, and that helps people like my wife and I to get the word out there and to inform the public and to support families, not just in New Hampshire, but throughout the country. So I think, if anything, one argument may be that the data, the ability to really look at the data, was probably delayed a bit from when we first passed the bill, but now we're coming in with more research, and we have some diagnostic codes that allow us to collect information from the insurance companies. I think we're at a more meaningful point, and I fear that we'll run out of time to really be able to properly evaluate the effectiveness of the bill. So that would be one point. The other point is that IVIG is a very costly but very critical treatment for the most chronic cases. But the cost of it is beyond what a family can really endure without serious sacrifice. And the research on IVIG, there's just one that came out in Italy recently, but there's actually quite a large stage 3 clinical trial that's now underway through Octa Pharma, who's a manufacturer of IVIG. And the results given, it always takes longer than we would like as on this side of the fence, but the results of that probably won't be really known for the next 4 to 5 years. So what I'm really hoping can happen is that at least this bill be extended. If it's not the sunset repealed, to be extended such time as some of this very important clinical trial work that's happening right now has a chance to show results, what the results are. And at that point, I believe that there would be sufficient data for this body to really decide whether the bill is necessary and should continue. But in the meantime, I don't want families to be caught without protection until such time as that data does become available. So I think based on that, what I would suggest is that if we can't remove the sunset clause, at least extend it so that there's ample time, because there is momentum and there is now the ability to actually track against the claims and see the relevance of this bill. But I can tell you it's had an impact, and we would want to continue that protection for New Hampshire families. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay, I have no more cards. Anybody else want to speak? And seeing none, we'll close the well, before I close the public hearing, the blue sheet has nobody in support, one person opposed. So, okay, with that, I will close the public hearing on 1501.
Sam and I can speak together. It's not 12 minutes. It's not 16.
You know, so you never cease to amaze me. All my years as a legislator, and for those of you who are new members who don't know about this, but when you forget to vote when the buzzer goes off, you then have to do the walk of shame down to the clerk's booth and record your vote. They would not let you do a hand signal. You had to do this. And everybody goes oohs and ahs. And I don't know how many years have I been doing this, and I've never, ever had to do that except once when Susan was my seatmate. and I had to do the walk of shame. So. That was quite a session, those 2 years. Yes, it was. Yeah, only had to do it once. You're right. Pay a little more attention, maybe. Right? But she was probably doing something to preoccupy me or something. I couldn't pay attention. So, good afternoon, and welcome to the Commerce Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for hearing this bill. The reason I actually even know about PBMs is because I was listening to a radio program, and someone from Ohio who had been introducing legislation there about PBMs, they were informing everyone, and I was like, boy, you know, that's supposed to save us all money when we go to the drugstore and get our prescriptions filled. So I thought, well, I wonder if anybody's doing that here in New Hampshire. So I decided that I would introduce this bill. I am no expert. It's extremely complex. I probably can't answer very many questions, but I'm going to read some of the key provisions of this bill. And you have a single-page, two-sided copy of the provisions and key provisions and the importance of those provisions. One of the things that we're trying to get our bills down, our electric bills and our medication bills down. I mean, just about everybody I know has some kind of medication or another that they have to pay for. So that's what the impetus for this is. So I'm just going to read this, and you could read along. And I also printed out just a few sheets of information on this. PBMs are pharmacist. Oh God, help me out here. Benefit managers, thank you. Because I'd never heard of them. I mean, it was something all new to me. So the key provisions of this bill is that it requires licensure of PBMs by the New Hampshire Commissioner. Now, just off the bat, I don't like regulation. I don't like bigger government, and I don't like the idea of governmental overreach. But it almost seems to me that the pharmaceutical industry, these PBMs, after checking them out a little bit, seem to be almost, well, I don't want to say racketeering. What's the word?
Manipulative?
No, not manipulative. No. Well, whatever. It'll come to me.
Is that autonomous, Representative? They operate in their own little
It's
world.
no, it's not so much that, because they're actually subcontracted by the insurance companies. But one of the things in the supply chain from manufacturer to us, when we go get our meds, there are all these different, the guys that deliver it, the guys that manufacture it, the pharmacies, all of that, and the insurance companies. And the insurance companies definitely have some say in what goes on, but the PBMs actually can see all of it. So, and if the price of the drugs go up, then they get paid more. And right now, the worldwide industry, they made $450 billion profit last year. They get somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 cents for every dollar. And so I just thought, wow, that's profiteering. That's the word. So anyway, I see Mr. Chairman shaking his head at me. John, you know you love me. Okay, So anyway, requires the key provisions of this bill requires licensure of PBMs by the New Hampshire Commissioner. The Commissioner can revoke licenses for a variety of reasons, allows the Commissioner to audit the PBM at their discretion to confirm they are in compliance with the laws and rules, creates reporting requirements for the PBMs which must be reported annually or more frequently as determined by the Commissioner. And the importance of this is that this system of accountability through licensure and creating consequences for provisions of state law are not followed as, if they're not followed, it's vital as there have been allegations of PBMs ignoring legal requirements in other states. We're not the only state. And I know New Hampshire does have some oversight.
Registration.
Thank you. Registration. Thank you. So, which is actually, we're a little better off than a lot of states that don't have any of that. And the PBMs just go wild. Okay, second key provision, increases patient access to pharmacies and their medications, which we all want. I don't even know anybody there are very few people who don't go get something that they need. This requires the PBM's network cannot be comprised of only mail order, but should have a mix of mail order and physical stores in New Hampshire. One of the things is that the PBMs actually own, along with the insurance companies, it's very complex. They have mail-in prescription companies, and they have their hands right in that till. And the importance is this will ensure that patients have access to physical pharmacies if they prefer to fill their medications there, and have access to a pharmacy if they need to urgently fill a medication. It bans PBMs from limiting patients from choosing their own pharmacy or pharmacist, which happens. You sort of get locked into going to a certain place. The importance there is there have been reports of patients being steered to only receive their medications through mail-in pharmacies, which are often also owned by the PBM. This can result in the severing of a long-standing patient-pharmacist relationship and limiting patient choice as to where they can receive their medications. It bans PBMs from collecting cost share and that exceeds total submitted charges by the pharmacy, which happens. I mean, how can you charge more than what it costs? It blows my mind. It bans points of sale and retroactive fees. Importance, by banning these fees, pharmacies will have a more substantial business model which will help to maintain their practice. This will ensure patients continue to have access to their pharmacies and pharmacists. And one of the things that's happening that's mom and pop apothecaries kind of are getting squished out. And the larger companies that have the bigger pharmacies are gaining. It also puts restrictions on PBMs, lowering reimbursements for 340B drugs. Importance, this will ensure the most vulnerable members of our community continue to have access to their medications and access to the pharmacies where they fill their medications. This is fairly short. We're almost done, guys. It sets reimbursements for NADAC plus $10.49 dispensing fee. And to be honest with you, I need to look at and see what the heck. That is the national average drug acquisition cost. It bans PBMs from discriminating in their reimbursement between different pharmacies. And the importance there is that there have been numerous reports of pharmacy closures that are a result of unsustainable business models, often attributed to PBM practices, by banning point of sale and retroactive fees and setting a baseline reimbursement. Anti-competitive practices will be limited, and pharmacies will be able to maintain their practices, ensuring greater patient access to their local community pharmacists. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And as I said before, I mean, I can try to take questions, but I don't know how. I'm not technically savvy here. Actually, the chairman probably is a lot more technically savvy than I am.
Representative Herbert has a question.
Just a question is, I think we have somebody in the audience from Anthem, and I believe Anthem brought their PBM in-house. I'm not sure if that's the case.
That would be nice.
But I would like to hear.
That's your question to her.
I would.
Would you believe
would
that
I be
Anthem
able
is
to
bringing the
listen?
PBM in-house?
I would believe that.
Okay.
I would like to, if I get the opportunity, to listen to the Anthem.
Paul hasn't put a card in yet, but okay, Representative Burrows.
Yes, as, here we have a statement from the insurance folks here in the State House, and they say that the licensure could mean that prices of drugs would actually go up because of the added expense to the PBMs. I'm wondering what your take is on that.
Well, I do know that if the price of medications go up, then the PBMs actually make more money. So they'd be happy with that, because the more money that the medications cost, the more money that the PBMs can collect. I don't know where to cite that for you.
Follow-up
Further
comment is
question you may inquire.
that, would you believe that if the prices go up, that the consumers are going to be the ones who pay that incremental amount?
Well, we're going to be working on this over time. So I'm pretty sure I know where this is all going to go once I leave here. But that's fine, because we want to start working and paying attention to this a little bit more now. And I thank you very much for the question, Representative Burrows.
Okay, anybody else? See none? Oh, yes, so we have
Can
your
my compatriot?
Patriot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, everyone. My name is Dennis Acton. I'm on the Health and Human Services Committee, and I represent Rockingham District 10, Fremont. And so Sue came to me with this bill, and I know a little bit about pharmacies, but I started delving into it and didn't like what I found. And so basically, this piece of legislation, I think, is a first step in addressing some of these issues that are causing high prices. So just to bring you into the actual legislation, some of the points that we were talking about that Sue introduced, basically, if we go to page 5, line 35, this is a list of regulation of pharmacy benefit managers. Now, and once again, like Sue reiterated, we usually aren't introducing more licensing. We're usually trying to make it more efficient and so forth. But we feel that this problem has risen to that level that needs to be, to give us the mechanism to impose these regulations here. But basically, so we have sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5 here. But basically, this is where you'll find the solutions to the problems of, like, say, with number 1, we have PBMs are actually penalizing pharmacists for giving pricing options to their customers, so to the patients. So that we're seeing that patients are actually paying more and not able to even be told that there may be a generic, and that's just wrong in this, especially with the
We call that the gag clause, and I thought we
the
I
gag
thought we
clause,
passed the
that was
legislation.
last
Yeah.
year the gag law was passed. It's still a problem that needs to be addressed according to the people, the experts that I've talked to. So, but once again, and there's a problem with prior approvals and so forth. So that's addressed in there. The other problem is obviously the use of rebates and how that's become a convoluted process. That's not so much of this doesn't help the patient. It hurts the patient. And that's what we're trying to change. And then there's also the process of clawbacks, where the pharmacy will submit their claim to the PBM from the patient, and the PBM will say, yes, we'll pay $10 for that. Then they'll go and do further research, and they say, no, we're actually going to pay $7 for that, and they claw back $3 from a future payment reimbursement to the pharmacy. We feel that that's wrong. We feel that when the claim is paid, that should be final, and that's addressed in number 2. And so it goes on for a bunch of points there that you can read for yourself, and things that we'll be looking into in the future. And then the second point is actually page 8, line 1, and that's the freedom of consumer choice for pharmacy. Now, this could be its own standalone bill in the future, but this deals with the vertical integration that we see where the insurance company owns the pharmacy, and they control the whole pipeline. And what they do is they penalize people if they go out, if the patient goes to another pharmacy outside of that vertical market, they actually pay more, but they're not told about that. And I feel that is shouldn't be allowed. Once again, everything is working against the patient where it should be the opposite. That's what I feel we should be working for. So these points here in the freedom of consumer choice for pharmacy deal with that very problem of being able to choose where you want to go and not be penalized by the PBM. So that's basically it for what I have to say. Certainly any final questions. We're realistic about this, we know, but this is the beginning of an issue that we want to address. If we win our re-elections, we'll be back to visit this in the future.
And you'll be so lucky to see us.
So where did you get the language for this bill? Where did you?
This language came from, originally from legislation that was.
So I would say the very first bill that I was chairman and I got overturned on the House floor was to allow New Hampshire pharmacists to be able to get fulfill a prescription at the same price and compensation. And this was 30 years ago, so it was Donald Lee Lozo was overturned me on the floor on this issue, so because it was considered a mandate. But so I would say, notwithstanding with Ohio, but in New Hampshire, this has been a law for a very long time. So some of these issues might be true, in Ohio, but I would say a lot of these issues, like I say, the clawbacks and the gag rule, we've addressed all these issues already in the past. But it is always nice to revisit the issues and see what's out there. So thank you for bringing this bill to us. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all for your time.
Yes, definitely. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I got another tag team here, Curtis Berry and Sam Hellman, who represent the PBM entities.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Good
Am I
afternoon.
Close enough? Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Curtis Barry here on behalf of what's known as PCMA, the Pharmaceutical Care Management Association, which is the National Trade Association for the PBM industry, Pharmacy Benefit Manager, which is the acronym, or what the acronym stands for.
Chairman Hunt, Sam Hollemeyer here with PCMA. Thank you for the rest of the committee for allowing me to present today as well.
I think I'd like to start with a little bit of data to respond to one of the last comments, which we hear all the time about the squeeze on independent pharmacies. I did a little research earlier in the week looking at the Board of Pharmacy's website. There currently are 255 retail pharmacy locations here in the state of New Hampshire. That does not include a hospital pharmacy. 255. One for, if my math was right, every 3,500 people or something. It's pretty healthy, and it's growing. As far as the independents go, within the last 24 months, according to the minutes of the Board of Pharmacy, they've approved 5 new retail pharmacy locations. Only one of them was a chain. Food for thought.
I always thought the reason why
So-
some of those are they're just retiring. They're getting old and they're all done compounding.
Well, there was a point in time where you could say, who is it or why is it the independents are going out of business? If you have a chain come along and say, hey, Mr. Pharmacist, we're going to give you a boatload of money. You can take 4 weeks of vacation every year and you can be a pharmacist instead of running a business. Who's going to say no? But back to the bill at hand. I hope you all had an opportunity to look at the email I had sent over the weekend, which gave a little bit of a primer on what a PBM is, what its function is, what it does. PBMs serve their client entities to lower the prescription drug benefit for those entities. Now, it's an an entity that I think is lost in a lot of these conversations quite frequently. We talk about the pharmacy, we talk about the PBM, we talk about the manufacturer. We don't talk about the folks that are paying the premium, that are passing along some of the premium to their employees because the costs continue to increase. The PBM serves to keep that cost as low as possible. And the employer then is able to pass along some of the cost savings to their employees as best they can, but it's their decision. We have to please keep in mind the folks that pay the bills. PBMs do that in a number of ways. They provide a number of services, which was on the chart, which also serves the patient as well. Things like 24/7 pharmacists at the other end of a phone, drug utilization review, looking at a customer's or a patient's prescriptions to make sure there's no conflicting prescriptions. But at its core, a PBM negotiates for lower drug prices with the manufacturer. And you can imagine the leverage a PBM has representing tens of millions of lives versus an entity like the state of New Hampshire, which has tens of thousands of lives. The PBM has much better opportunity to drive the prices down. And the state of New Hampshire does, by the way, contract with a PBM to perform those services on behalf of the state employees' health plan. So to get into some of the bill specifics, I'd like to just go a little bit in order. We think that many of these provisions are duplicative with what's in place, but many of them also are new and will remove those tools from the toolbox that the PBMs use to lower the prices. And it is several different pieces all in one piece of legislation. So when you get into the policy sections, N3 and N5, near the beginning and near the end, the licensure and registration, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, 2019, Senate Bill 226 established a beefier registration process and reporting to the Department of Insurance. That's fairly new. That's already in statute. There are some references to audits in this bill in 1580. Regulation or oversight of audits and pharmacy rights relative to audits was covered in 2013 by legislation and amended as recently as 2020, and that's in the pharmacy statute. Then we get into N4, which has a number of different parts. Roman 1, this was just mentioned, would allow a pharmacist to let a patient know about a lower cost option. This was addressed 2018 in House Bill 1719. It established that a contract between an insurance carrier or a PBM and a contracted pharmacy shall not contain a provision prohibiting a pharmacist from providing certain information to the insured party. That's covered. Roman 2 in N4, the language appears to link a copay with the pharmacy reimbursement. These are two transactions that really don't have anything to do with each other. A copay is a function of a benefit design. The employer or the benefit provider will establish a copay based upon what they wish to do for their employees, higher copays, lower copays. The pharmacy reimbursement is a contracted transaction between the entity, the PBM or the carrier, and a pharmacy. They really don't have any interaction there. The next several sections create, in reality, a new mandated reimbursement mechanism that on its face is price fixing. We're establishing in statute how much somebody's going to get paid for something. The PCMA analysis for this is that it will cost New Hampshire employers and families, if it's passed on, $78 million a year. I think that's plain and simple for these several sections. A few sections after that. Oh, I'm sorry. That was N4 Romans 6 through 9, I believe. Yep.
This is the one that Susan was referring to. That was the average price plus $10.95.
Correct. So one of the confusing parts I should mention is that there's a slight typo in the drafting. There are two sections N4, but that would be early on. I think it's starting on page 6. Page 6, line 28 for that piece, and that goes through
Right.
the next page, middle of the next page. The next subject that the bill covers is a prohibition on what's called performance-based contracts or value-based purchasing agreements. Rather than paying a reimbursement for a pharmacy for volume, the reimbursement model is for performance. We want to make sure patients are getting and taking medication. There are many metrics that we'd like to make reimbursement on, and this section would do away with that. Under the bill, a PBM could not make sure a pharmacy is accountable for using the proper tools. It's cost-effective for the patient and the payer as well. Again, and the next N4 is duplicative. This is what the chair referenced as the any willing provider statute. Been on the books for 30 years. In essence, it says that any pharmacy that's willing to agree to the terms and conditions must be let into the network. In addition, the Department of Insurance has fairly robust network adequacy requirements that were recently reviewed and revamped, I guess you would say, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. That's duplicative as well. So the sum of it is many portions of the bill are duplicative, or they interfere and have the state step into the provisions of a contract that's negotiated between two private entities. There are a few pieces that could touch on ERISA preemptions as well. That's been the subject of both legislation and court cases, several court cases ongoing, which if this state were to weigh into it, could be a costly proposition in and of itself. So I'm happy to answer questions. I don't know if Sam, you want to add anything?
Any questions? Seeing none?
Wow.
Guess you got off easy.
We'll
All
be
right.
around if questions do come up.
Yep. I have one more card left. Tyler Brennan from the Insurance Department that takes no position.
Tyler Brennan, Life and Health Director with the New Hampshire Insurance Department. And right, we don't have a position. By way of background, the Insurance Department has regulated...
Get a little closer. Thank you.
Thanks. By way of background, the Insurance Department has regulated PBMs as a part of the insurance company's operations. So in more recent years, we started to define them and provide specific requirements that apply to PBMs in the insurance code, but it's never that we haven't regulated them. That being said, they've been subject to insurance laws when they've been administering benefits for fully insured products. So a few years ago, we defined PBM in the statute. Then we created a new chapter, which had most of the same requirements that were already in the insurance statute, and called it the PBM chapter. And that's what created the registration requirements. This bill has a lot of new provisions. One of the things that was done very carefully when that new chapter was created was to define PBM so that it applied only to fully insured business. The definition that's in this legislation does not do the same thing. So it assumedly brings in the self-insured side of things as well. And it was already mentioned, but the Rutledge versus PCMA Supreme Court decision was a bit of a surprise for some of us. It had to do with the amounts that pharmacies were paid and saying, yeah, states can actually regulate that when the PBM is operating that way. That being said, to the extent that you're looking at regulating PBMs, you still have to be careful about federal preemption. And obviously, if something is at odds with ERISA preemption, it could invalidate the whole new legislation or the whole new chapter. When I look through a lot of the more controversial areas of the bill, and Curtis did go through most of them, one of them as it relates to network adequacy is actually a good example of something that would be preempted. I mean, that goes to the benefit design that is beyond kind of the state doing something in terms of reimbursement rates to pharmacies. There are a number of other provisions that are in there that could be considered controversial. They've come to this committee in separate legislation in a number of different ways. And among them are how much that reimbursement would go to the particular provider. And most of these, I think that Curtis did mention, but no pharmacy tiering is another one. No reduction in cost sharing for use of mail order. And then there are jurisdiction issues. So it makes reference to New Hampshire residents. The way we regulate insurance, it deals with whether or not the policy is cited to New Hampshire, think the employer's headquarters is in New Hampshire, or you work at a bricks and mortar location. So if you're a New Hampshire resident, but you work in Massachusetts, you get your insurance through Blue Cross Blue Shield in Massachusetts, that's not something that's not a policy subject to our jurisdiction. So that creates some issues on that front. One of the things that was added to that PBM registration chapter at the request of the insurance department was the ability for the insurance department to bill a PBM directly for a market conduct examination. Remember, everything we do as a regulator goes through the insurance company. So there has been a certain amount of tension between some insurance companies and their PBM over the years, and that's one of the reasons that some insurers are now owning their own PBMs and maintaining a bit more control. So if the PBM was doing something wrong, the carrier is technically responsible for what the PBM is doing. We would issue a market conduct examination to the carrier. We would bill the carrier for that examination. But the reality is the PBM is the one we should be targeting those efforts at. So as a part of the new chapter, there was a section saying the insurance department can bill the PBM directly for that market conduct exam. So if you do decide to proceed with this bill and pass it, we would request that provision be added to the legislation. Happy to take any questions you would have.
Okay, any questions for Tyler? Seeing none. Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you.
I do have one more card left. Heidi Kroll represents AHIP. In opposition to the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I represent AHIP, which is America's Health Insurance Plans. We agree with much of the testimony that PCMA has provided to you today, so I'm not going to repeat any of that. There is only one provision that I wanted to kind of highlight for you, and I do have testimony that's being handed around. So limiting my comments to the proposed section on page 6, lines 14 to 24, relating to the 340B discount drug pricing program. And there is a fact sheet that we've included behind the testimony. So House Bill 1580 would require reimbursement to a 340B entity for drugs that are purchased at deep discounts under the federal program, at a rate at least as great as that paid to non-340B entities that are not entitled to purchase those drugs at the deep federal program discounts. And so the bill's provisions essentially guarantee in state law some pretty outrageous profits that were recently found in a study called Examining Hospital Price Transparency, Drug Profits, and the 340B program. And you know, we're concerned about this section because as the study found that 340B hospitals often charge their cash-paying customers, meaning the uninsured, the same as the median price for commercial carriers, which was found to be about approximately 400% of their cost. And that's included in the attachment. So we would support inexpedient to legislate on this piece of legislation, and that provision is particularly concerning. So I thank you for your time, and thank you very much.
Questions? Seeing, oh, Representative, no, you're all set? Okay, Representative Abel has a question.
Yes. Thank you for testifying. Just to be clear, you're opposed to the bill and you believe that the current system is doing a better job than what would happen if this bill were passed? Or maybe you could elaborate slightly on that.
Sure. I mean, I think as you've heard from the prior testimony, there's been a lot of work over the years in terms of passing various pieces of legislation that put into place the registration and reporting requirements and the gag clause and any willing provider. And so I think that in most cases, each section of this bill has already been addressed elsewhere in New Hampshire law or rules. So. Thank you.
All right. Oh, Representative Herbert, you really have a question? You can talk to her afterwards. She wasn't signed up to testify.
Oh, well, I wanted to because I know that they brought in-house the PBM since the last time we were discussing this legislation.
So
And I would like to get a feel for the difference.
Do you ready to make that presentation, Paula? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Herbert. Here's the issue. Anthem does own its own PBM. It's called Ingenio RX. This is not atypical. I believe Cigna, I don't know whether the Cigna rep is here in the room, but I think they own Express Scripts. And I think, as Tyler indicated, the bringing in-house a PBM gives the carrier more control over their PBM. And then, of course, they can sell those services to others. So they not only serve their own population and have better care management with their members in that regard, but they also sell their services externally. And so that's Anthem's PBM. The one interesting thing I might add to anything that's been said here, I know that people are struggling with the concept of, well, how do you get a hold of drug pricing? Well, you begin somewhere, and it's probably at the top with the manufacturers. And yes, the PBMs downstream are making money, there's no doubt about it, but it's very hard to weigh what they do and think about, well, what sort of profits do they really deserve? I could never answer that question. But New Hampshire year before last, established a drug affordability board. And so right now, some of your compatriots, senators and appointees to this drug affordability board are doing what a lot of states are doing and are now really looking directly at what they can do to bring certain drugs down into an affordability range for purchase in the state. And I think we're going to have to start looking at ways to do that in a very aggressive fashion going forward. The regulatory scene here, I think Tyler explained, the department is new to their registration format. This is more a licensure format, but I hadn't really read the bill closely, but as I heard Curtis Barry going through it, clearly there were some provisions in there which seem contrary to what we would really want to happen here. And it's important that you look at all the things that we have done, as Representative Hunt pointed to, where we've really made some strides that that bill would think we had not yet covered. So it's a huge, huge issue, and it's 10 after 3, and you've been here since 9 o'clock, so unless you have questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Okay, having no more cards, 1580, yes, Lindsay Nadeau, who's not here from Cigna, is in opposition to the bill. And there was 1 support and 5 opposed on the blue sheets. This goes to show who knows where these are coming from. With that, I will close the public hearing.